Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Let's be on this side. Welcome to Trailer Day, aka the Jaeger list. So I watched, and I haven't even finished writing everything down. I watched over the past weekend and whatever, just an unbelievable amount of trailers. There were so many trailer shows. In fact, an exhausting amount of trailer shows. And I made a short list. And by short list, I mean, I still have so many games. Let me just write down the last couple here because I didn't actually even transfer all of my notes over. All right. So what is this based off of? So I watched the Sony State of Play Summer Games Fest, the PC Gamer PC Gaming Show. This is the one by Day 9. The Xbox 2025 Showcase, the Wholesome Direct, Day of the Dev, and the Summer Showcase Future Games, which I believe was Matt Mercer and Laura Bailey. I think the only thing that I missed was I didn't see Day of the Dev, and I don't know if Revolver did a Revolver thing, which is normally only a couple of games, but so it goes. I watched so many trailers. This list is not exhaustive, obviously. This is not me going through everything and trying to say this is the best of the best. This is obviously coming through a very surge bias. What it is doing is it is excluding a lot of like the big AAA shooter titles. That's it. Or trailers that I thought were like, oh, cool, it's another poop joke. I don't care. It's only the games that will affect the Canadian Highlander metagame or games that I think you'll be curious about. That's not true. No. Yeah, I'm really excited. So some background. I legitimately love this summer trailer season. I think it's fascinating. One of the things that I grew up watching was one of the things that I grew up with was PC Gamer, like PC Gamer magazine and those little demo discs. And I thought it was such a cool way to learn about what games are coming out, to get excited about games, to try out games. And I've really found that that is missing in my adult life. There's so much information constantly coming at you that it's actually very difficult to find like how to filter through all of the muck and find the things that you're actually interested in. And so I kind of like dive deep into these things to do it myself, which is kind of fun. And over the past, I want to say 2 or 3 years, we found some success in these like trailer day streams. It's proven to be fun and useful with all of you as well. So yeah, there you go. The Jaeger list. Really quick, Croco King, thank you for the 87 Discardian token. Thank you for the 74. I appreciate it. The Jaeger list. Surge-friendly, streamlined game hype. I love it. We still make the magazine, but the demo discs sure are gone. Wait, do you work for PC Gamer, Thirsty Kitty? The Wii is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. I mean, it makes sense that the demo discs would be gone. How many modern computers even have like CD-ROMs these days, you know? What's up, SRAB? You work for the publisher of PC Gamer. No kidding. I didn't know that. That's very cool. I subscribed to Game Informer and Nintendo Pro a while back. Heck, yo, let's go. So one of the things that I've tried to do, and I realize that genres are fluid, not everything works, especially when a game comes out and they're like, we describe ourselves as a roguelike rhythm strategy game. You're just like, what are you? How does that make sense? So I've tried to put these in themes. You might look at something and like adventure game is just so, you're like, Serge, these can't all be adventure games. Like Moonlighter could reasonably maybe be a roguelike or something like that. Doesn't really matter, you know? But I've tried to group them so that we go through some themes together. There are a couple of categories that only have one game in it. Like I only have one racing game, for example. I only have one tower defense game, for example. One survivor-like, but you know, there it goes. Do we need any other introductions or should we just dive on into it, my friends? There's only 2 categories of games with fishing and games that don't have fishing. You know what? I respect that. All right. So then, without further ado, let's jump in. to it. We got SkyRig. Which one do I want to go with? They're both the same length. Good start, Serge. Good start. Take two.
I'd say the days are blurring together. But what days? As for the isolation, I'm an introvert. It suits me. The contracts just keep on coming. 2 more rigs to construct. That will put me short in power. Gonna need more hydrogen generators. Good news is, I've managed to synthesize 334 liters of water in the last 24 hours. Now they want 200 liters of ammonium hydroxide. Rewards are good though. On completion, we'll finally acquire an electrolytic reducer. And with all that methane in level 2, that means methanol.
I don't think anything they're saying is particularly important for this trailer.
Knows what's down there.
But potentially valid.
Keep going deeper.
Do folks want closed captions for the trailers? Let me know. So SkyRig, I'm not entirely certain. Yeah, there you go. Here's all my recommended stuff, chat. So SkyRig was fascinating. I'm not entirely certain what this game is doing. It looks like it's a factory game. Some of the things that stood out to me are it's got this very Frostpunk building style. Yes, CC? Okay. It's got this auto-generated is always tough. It's got this very Frostpunk style, like circular building up in the sky, and I think that's fascinating. I'm not entirely sure what's happening here, but it looks like it's a factory builder with a twist, right? I don't know if you're gonna have to worry about like a balance mechanic or weight mechanic or anything like that, but the idea of a factory builder in a like true 3-dimensional space, right? Because you're actually floating out in the air sounds really interesting, especially for like logistics and pipes and stuff like that. So yeah, this is why I chose SkyRig. Exit full screen. Let's go into theater mode. There we go. All right, after SkyRig, I mean, welcome to our, if you're a fan of factory games, you're going to love our opening category here. Kaizen, a factory story. So this game seemed really interesting, and this is one of the ones that I don't know if I necessarily named the genre. I'd call this a factory game.
Welcome to Matsuzawa Manufacturing Factory number 1.
I mean, I guess it's a factory game in that you are literally building a factory. And then it's got a little bit of programming to it as well. And then once you put all the machines down, you actually construct the thing. This might be closer to a puzzle game than like a true factory game. Saying it's very Zachtronics. I never played Zachtronics. No. So yeah. Part A is you place down little robot hands. Part B is you then program the specific order with like movement or pistons or whatever. Is this secret Zachtronics after they close? Oh wait, hold on. Maybe I have heard of Zachtronics. Zachtronics they're like web-based games in the early internet. Is that right? Am I remembering that correctly? Yes? They're like Space Chem. Seems like Magnus Opus. So if you say that, like the first thing,
Welcome to Matsuzawa Manufacturing.
Didn't it say that it was like by the makers of Magnum Opus? Did I make that up? Yeah, from the creators of Opus. Oh, pardon me. From the creators of Opus Magnum. So if you're like, hey, this seems an awful lot like that game, then, you know, how about that? Maybe it's the same people. I don't know. Yo, what's up, Wandering T? Thank you so much for the 49 months, friend. Then it is made by Zachtronics. From the original Zachtronics team. There you go. Yeah, a puzzle automation game. So it's not by Zachtronic, but it's by the people who are on Zachtronic. Whatever that means. Hey, what's up, Ann Clag? Thank you so much for 54 months. Zachtronics closed a while ago and they made another game. This game, anyways. Yeah, all right, cool. Legally distinct Zachtronics, for real, for real. All right. Within the factory genre, Dawn Apart. Also, one of the things that I found really challenging when I was watching other game shows is you often don't really feel like you have a lot of time to breathe. So I don't want to necessarily drag this out because there's a lot of trailers to go, but I would love to take some time to sit and chat and digest and like go back over things. So if you've got questions, let me know. It's obviously going to be a little bit tricky with stream delay, but I want to keep, you know, I want to keep a good pace because there's a lot to get through. Next up, we've got Dawn Apart. So this game is interesting to me. It has one toilet joke, which I was just like, why? Which feels like a big trend in a lot of the trailers this year. A lot of poop jokes, a lot of toilet humor, which is baffling to me. But this is a like cube-based factory game. Yeah, like I don't know why there's a toilet and but anyways, I digress. Other than that, Satisfactory had a poop joke in one of its trailers? I did not remember that. Have I ever tried Opus Magnum? Nope. No, I haven't played any of the Zachtronics games. Industrial tech, hold on. Industrial technology and witchcraft. What? What do you mean witchcraft? So yeah, things I really like about this trailer. One, it's beautiful. Two, it looks like, especially when you get into the combat section, that everything is destructible. Everything is, oh, skip this part. Right? Like, look, as they're fighting, you know, platforms are falling over, walls are getting chipped down. Like, what an interesting concept. I don't necessarily know how the combat is going to be put together. So, like, you have a blue faction that's raiding your red faction. And then earlier on, where is that other turret section? Oh, I went through it all. There was a turret section that was interesting. Also, I love this section here. Like, watch them take the ship apart. Right? How elegant is that? So hold on, were they fighting bugs? What was I looking at? Here, what are they fighting? What are these? Oh, those are just the people again. Okay, I thought maybe there was a different enemy. It looks like you're fighting locals. Delightful. Period and comma for frame by frame? Oh. How did I not know that? Thank you, Shark Bear Gator. Maybe those are the witches? That's interesting. Maybe. It's Wednesday, my dude. So yeah, this is Dawn Apart. I love the aesthetic. Actual factual voxel. So if you do it legit, we'll see, you know? There's actually quite a few games in this genre. There's like a big space kind of Minecraft-y thing that somebody suggested. It wasn't, so here's another disclaimer. There's a lot of trailers of games that are coming out that are just cool and good that weren't specifically showcased in any of these game shows that I have excluded. I have another list that's just those. And you know what, maybe if we get to the end of all of this and there's still time, if we end and it's like 11 o'clock or something like that, I'll be like, okay, here's like another 8 trailers that I want to talk about and showcase. Because turns out there's a lot of games coming out right now. And one of them is another voxel-like game that I literally can't remember the name of right now, but it doesn't matter that much. All right, our final game in the factory category is called Modulus. Historically, that seems unlikely. Yeah, I mean, you never know. Modulus. So that's a 5-month-old trailer, which is the one that came out a couple days ago. Here we go. Let's watch this one.
This is a factory in Modulus.
Oh, you played the closed demo for this one. This one seems too intense for Surge.
Let's see how we got here. This facility was built out of these 3 modules, which were joined, stamped, and dyed with pigment, produced here in our blue pigment refinery, which was constructed from these modules, made by combining these modules, cut from cubes, which were melted from polyrock, extracted here.
This game felt like Satisfactory, but in a good way. So one of the things that I'm intimidated by looking at this trailer that I'm like, oh no, this has too much depth to it, is I like automation games. I like factory games. I like throughput games and output games. The design the building yourself part, right? Like this.
This facility was built out of these 3 modules, which were joined.
Like this intimidates me. I don't know about y'all, like this level of complexity, I really worry that like, can my smooth lizard brain even think in this many dimensions? For those of you who actually played this, what was the complexity like?
Made by combining these modules.
Like, are you following a blueprint or is it freeform? Oh, you just get told which pieces each factory needs, so it's very manageable. Oh, okay. So I didn't know you had to, okay. So it's actually closer to something like shapes. So instead of, you know, I take an iron ingot, I press it into an iron sheet, I turn it into a gear, you're just producing cubes, right? Like obfuscated cubes. And then you press the cubes together in a certain way, and then it makes the next component. So it's the exact same game as something else. I was terrified when I'm looking at these diagrams, when I'm looking at stuff like this, that they're actually expecting me to creatively come up with a building that makes an output. And I'm like, nope. Nope, I can't, I'm not that smart. Oh, that's fascinating. That's good to know. No, it's not freeform. But do you see what I mean, right? Like when you look at something like this, just watching the trailer by itself.
Stamped and dyed with pigment.
Yeah. One of the things that's fascinating, I think this is a very good trailer. And I like that it's a very good trailer because very trailers, most trailers are chronological, right? You start at a point and you tease a little bit of story narratively. I love how this one is in reverse.
This is a factory in Modulus.
The deconstruction of the factory.
We're producing blue cores.
Of showing something very complex and then breaking it down to its simplest elements.
This facility was built out of these.
It's very elegant.
Which were joined, stamped, and dyed with pigment.
Right, and then we go back in time.
In our blue pigment refinery, which was constructed from these modules, made by combining these modules. Cut from cubes, which were melted from polyrock, extracted here.
Right? Very clean trailer. So yeah, that's our factory game section. SkyRig, Kaizen, A Factory Story, Dawn Apart, and Modulus. Relatively clean and not typically a very deep genre. I don't think it's a very flashy or very showy genre, but cool that we got 4. City Builder enjoyers were eating pretty well. Some of these are not brand new trailers. Like I think for most people, a lot of these are new announcements. I mean, obviously Modulus had some trailers earlier. Maybe I've even seen one of these, but these 3 at the very least were new to me. So looking at City Builders, I think a lot of people are already aware of the new Anno game coming out. This is Roman themed. And then other than that, Islanders is either a DLC or a sequel to a game that's pretty cool. I had heard of All Will Fall prior to this, but I hadn't actually seen a trailer for it. And then Whiskerwood is exciting as well. You have a good one, SRAB. All right, let's start with Generation Exile. Morning, Nabora. Welcome, Kimmy. So first of all, check it out. Hexagons. They are the bestagons. So this is another sort of like reverse city builder. I mean, again, it's not even necessarily a reverse city builder. You are instead of trying to optimize for population or for output, you're trying to build to undo pollution, which is kind of cool. What's up, Paralyzed Veteran? Thank you, friend. Oh yeah, also, something I wasn't expecting was narrative choices in this game. Does Rampage count as a reverse city builder? The first, the classic. This is solar punk-esque, kind of, yeah. We have to get it right this time. What was the name of, I believe it was in 2023, it was in my top 5 of Game of the Years. It was a very simple puzzle game where you had to, were given a small map, a small square map, and you had to fix, depollutify, or prettify a large area. It started with like water, and then you could actually do calculated burns to burn off pollution and then have like new crops grow in. This reminds me of that game, but maybe a little bit mixed with like Don't Starve. Terra Nil, thank you. Yeah, no. Terra Nil nailed it. Magical Attack Echo, thank you. All right, so some things that were interesting to me in this game. One, I believe it was here. Send in the capybaras. What? Secure. Oh, a bunch of capybaras have moved in and taken over your water supply, right? So it's interesting that this feels like it's less a puzzle game and more a narrative city builder. I think your playtime is going to be a lot longer than something like Terra Nil, just because they're giving you choices like this, right? And it feels as you move through, right? Teens are holding a rave in the airlock. It feels like you might even be able to get different outcomes. There's also a very subtle hint of different colors in the background. You've got a green color, an orange color, a purple color. I'm not entirely certain what's going on there, but it implies a lot of different possible outcomes, which is kind of cool. Does it have maybe I was a teenage exocolonist story stuff? Maybe. Also, at the very beginning, where was it? I'm waiting for the Hello? Did I miss this scene? Here you go. From the developers behind Mark of the Ninja, Firewatch, Battletech, Gone Home, Mini Motorways, and Baldur's Gate 3. Now, obviously, this is not the studio. This is just people who've worked on these games, but still, that's quite the resume, you know? I try not to watch city builders or factory style games because I only play games on PlayStation. A lot of those games don't come in PlayStation. That's fair. I mean, you can play. I'm fairly certain you can play like Civ games and most of the big city builders on console. And they're fairly popular as well, but, you know, valid. Ah, Mark of the Ninja. That's a name you haven't heard in a while. Yeah. There's later stuff in the trailer that really grabbed your interest as well, like most of the narrative decisions sort of stuff. Like, also, look at the size that some of these are starting to be. Another thought as well, these pillars imply to me, are we in a giant dome? Or are we sending resources? Are these space elevators? Or are these like dome supports or something? I don't know. Fascinating stuff either way. All right, next up. A game called Dark Switch. Why? Hello? The long Dark Switch trailer? No. Stop! Why when I hit enter does it autocomplete? Do city builders have narrative elements a lot? No, not necessarily. I mean, it's not unusual, so it depends, right? Sorry, I had an eye gooby. There's a fair amount of, specifically in post-apocalyptic rebuild scenario games, that's not unusual. I can't think of any of the names of the games right now, so I'm going through my Steam list. So Frostpunk obviously had some, but you named Frostpunk. Lesar did a little bit. Manor Lords, you could say, has some narrative elements to it. Not the same way that you're thinking, though. There you go. Games like The New Cycle, right? Plan B Terraform, it's not unusual. Typically, they're fairly straightforward. You're like, you get resource A or resource B. If you have faction reputation or happiness mechanic, you're often faced with a trade-off of do you take happiness or do you take a resource? Generation Exile looks a little bit more horror-like. Yes, so not necessarily every single game that I've picked is a Surge game. I did try and branch out of my comfort zone a little bit. So anyways, Dark Switch.
World changed in the blink of an eye. The outpost where we hoped to find salvation has stopped responding. We found it abandoned, all in ruins. Now we have to find out what happened and rebuild what's left.
The tree provides.
As we make the most of the little space the tree afford, we live under a constant threat from the fog. Not an ordinary mist that we knew before.
That's a good question, Jordan. I'm not sure. I'm not an arborist.
Kind of fear.
I'm gonna go with nuts.
We want to survive in the new conditions. We must not only fight the fog, we must explore it, research it, understand it, as the fate of our people, maybe even the world, depends on it. And all before fear consumes us all. The tree provides. The tree protects. The tree prevails.
So yeah, This one gets a lot more. This one gets a lot more into sort of like the Frostpunk territory. But the premise here is that there's a giant fog that's taking over the whole world. Fog is bad. The only place in the world that has not been killed by the fog is this tree. Are there other trees? Maybe. There's another big tree in the background there too. So maybe there's a whole bunch of little settlements of different trees everywhere. And then what you have to do is, again, sort of in the Frostpunk method, you've got a very small, very confined space to build within. And then it looks like you get mechanics later on to try and push back the fog, right? This is interesting. You can see you're getting a little bit further out. There might even be like a tower defense or combat focused portion to the game. Like the fog holds literal actual terrors, which is kind of cool. The tree protects, but also the laser cannons also protect. But the tree started it. Look, we couldn't have invented laser cannons to protect the tree if the tree hadn't protected us first. One hand washes the other. So I'm not entirely certain if I'll end up playing this game. I tend to avoid games that give me choices like this. You know, I'm generally not in favor of witch trials, but apparently some people don't tend to mind as much. What if you just simply have to grow other trees for a Fern Gully scenario? Maybe. So yeah, that is Dark Switch. Next up, we've got a game called Stario, Haven Tower. Let's go for the minute trailer. Gonna make a bold assumption the real fog is the monsters. Wait, the real monsters is the people? Hold on. Anyways, check this out. Why is this trailer so bad? Hello? Apparently I can't actually bump up the quality. Let's try this one. That looks better. So that was obviously a relatively short trailer. Oh God, stop. But I love the art style. I love the concept. Just keep building up, right? I'm sure nothing bad will ever happen. I also love the aesthetic of sky whales. So this seems fairly straightforward. If you like the vibe, if you like the idea of building up, look at this little Ferris wheel. I don't know if there's a ton to say about this, but I caught my eye. This one caught my eye and I thought I'd share it. You downloaded the demo this morning. I haven't tried it yet. I'm assuming that's for Dark Exile. Let me know in the data tab. I'm always curious. Yeah, also, so many of these games right now have demos. And one of the things that I'll do after this is done is I'll post the whole list into Discord. So if people want to be like, okay, I can't keep up. What was that game? Under what was that genre? You can find all that information there. The quality thing was kind of weird. All right, let's keep going. Oh, so this one I'm actually quite excited about. I'm not a huge Anno fan, but this one might just win me back. The Anno 117 trailer. So there's been a couple of interesting release cycles for this. One of the things that they did is they invited a bunch of really big YouTubers to also give some early looks. So like City Planner Plays, check this out. Corrales, check this out. I'm sure there's a bunch of other ones. Those just happen to be the ones that I was following. So let's go with this trailer, but I might also click on some other stuff too, because I'm quite curious about this game. Any Anno enjoyers in the chat?
If you want to be immortalized in ornateness, here's a little lesson in greatness. If governing is your vocation, it's all about location, location, location.
Go where you haven't gone before.
Find a religion
Or fight.
or more.
Romanize your territories. Or keep them Celtic if you please.
Sharpen your steel.
If this, no, this game is not a musical, but this trailer is excellent.
Instead.
So yeah, there's like 3 Roman city builders coming out pretty soon. And this is the actual gameplay now. Taking annotations on this next game. Oh, I've been taking notes on everything. Oh, I've been taking notes. Consider it yeah. Nailed it. Oh, November 13th. This is coming out on your birthday. Ooh, happy birthday to you. Good morning, Devil Risen. Welcome on in. Good morning, Cam Cool. So it's funny because I tried playing the last Anno game, and I'm going to be real, I bounced off of it. One of the things that I have a really hard time doing in the city builder genre is I make one city, I'm really happy. Hold on. So this is most city builders, right? You're like, hey, I'm happy, I'm chilling, I'm partying like a rock star, I've got this beautiful thing, everything that I like. But then what Anno says is, oh, I'm sorry, you know that resource that you want? Here's what you need to do. This is your old city. Now I need you to make a new city over here. And then what you're going to have to do is you're now going to have to set up a logistics chain between these two. But nothing that you have in here works over here unless you ship it. And I've kind of always struggled with this particular style of logistics game. I'm trying to remember, does anybody remember what the name of the last Anno game was? Because this part was fine when you were on the same map, right? It was, you had a bunch of different islands. I felt like it was it was 1800, yeah. So this part was fine for me. And then they hit me with one more curveball, which are like, okay, that's over. Welcome to the new world. And you actually had to change maps with like a big loading screen between them as well. And this was the part where I was like, okay, I can't. I like the Civ model where you just make a trade route and it generates resources by itself. Yeah. I mean, again, maybe I've learned a little bit more. I mean, I had some friction with this exact mechanic in Timberborn of all games. And then it just took some time to figure it out. But I'm really hoping that with this new Anno game that I'll fall in love with the aesthetics. Anno 1800 was very like colonial era, cannons on ships sort of stuff, it is whatever. But yeah. I had to play it with my partner co-op as it was too many plates to spin individually. I think that's fair. The New World mechanic was tough. The New World mechanic was really tough for me. Hold on, this is the 9th numbered Anno game. Oh, that's exciting. Does it add up to 9? I hear all the Anno games add up to 9. So, an Anno game, but with a Roman aesthetic. Here's a longer video. This technically breaches the everything we were talking about before rule, but whatever.
So you wish to be a Roman governor? Congratulations. The Emperor himself has deemed you worthy.
I was joking, does the number 9 add up to 9? But 117 also adds up to 9, that's fair.
Disaster. They're now ready for new leadership. Your leadership. Your story begins here, on a humble island with azure shores.
Azure.
Latium. Whether you dream of
It must be a Latin word.
empire or a conquest-driven dominion. No two cities will ever be the same, as every choice you make shapes your city in your image. Govern well, and the Emperor will sing your praises. Govern poorly, and, well, the consequences won't be pleasant. Every decision you make will shape your legacy.
It's a very fancy luxury boat coming into port.
How does one become a good governor?
That's a very good question.
Let's find out. Latium is where your journey begins, young governor.
Does anybody know what the word Latium means?
They're also full of hard work.
Imagining it's
Lay down roads
has some
keep your
deep,
people connected.
like Latin or Roman
Organic
meaning.
layouts add charm, while efficient grids boost productivity.
Love
Start
grids.
with dirt roads. They may be humble, but they're the first step on the path to greatness.
It's a historical region, Italy. Thank you. Ilona Dole, what's up, friend? Thank you for the 40.
Be essential, but manage your lumber camps wisely to maintain a sustainable supply.
Oh, it's specifically in the Roman Republic where Rome is. Oh.
Warehouses will keep goods flowing and production smooth. Your residents need more than
It
just
also means
work.
wide in Latin. Interesting.
Build neighborhoods that suit your city's vision. Markets drive income and population growth, while taverns...
Like, look how good this looks. Mind you, I have a bias towards city builders, but I see this and I'm like, oh yeah, this is the good stuff.
are practically
Hey, what's up, Lady Mix? Good morning.
Just be mindful of your city's layout. Residents will love lavender's sweet scent, but they won't be so fond of the pig farm's stench. Phew.
Stinky.
Charm and profit wisely.
Ooh, oh, so pretty.
Establish your own villa as a sign of stability and leadership. Meet your people's needs and they'll advance, unlocking new industries and opportunities.
All right, I appreciate the irony in saying this is the good stuff while the city was on fire. All right. All right.
And prepare for challenges, as not every island will yield the goods.
Every game wants to be Manor Lords? No, every game wants to be Age of Empires 2.
But keep an eye on rival governors. Not all share your vision of cooperation. Diplomacy may seem wise, but some rivals favor force. Protect your trade routes with armed escorts and fortified ports. And beware of pirates.
Pirates?
A defended harbor keeps your goods safe from thieving hands. As your city prospers, your people's desires grow. Fine goods, entertainment, and culture become their demands. Libraries and Grammatica schools pave the way for technological advancements.
So yeah, one of the things in the Anno games is there is
Bathhouses boost
like actual RTS combat as well, which is kind of wild.
grand
There's a
monuments.
lot of depth to this game.
Bring prestige and secure the Emperor's favor. Never underestimate the power of reputation. After all, it's the key to lasting legacy. Faith unites your people and strengthens your leadership. Each island may dedicate its
Ooh, sorry, the wheat harvest god there and all the crops planted is a very nice detail.
Believing in Neptune grants faster ships and bountiful sea production, while believing in Mars empowers your soldiers and bolsters your army's morale.
Hoorah,
Patron god
or
wisely,
whatever they say.
as faith will shape your province's destiny. Expand through diplomacy or force. The choice is yours. Trade and alliances can build a sprawling network, but conquest secures your rule. Aqueducts fuel growth, while fortresses guard your borders. Prepare your military to defend your ambitions. Whether close combat or long-range firepower, your strategy will determine your legacy.
Pew pew. Romanization. Is that an actual word?
Extend
It's a good word.
beyond the empire, like Albion, where Celts resist Roman influence. Trust me,
That is real? No kidding.
it's a wild place.
Do people talk about like the Romanization of Europe or whatever?
Will you protect Celtic traditions or remain loyal to Roman ambition?
Yeah, no, probably not a canal in this game. We're gonna have to deal with the peasant aqueducts. Ugh.
Your choices.
Sky canals.
Fate. A prosperous metropolis or a city in bankruptcy. Forge your legacy and become the governor you were meant to be. Begin your journey. Wishlist now.
An issue of correction. The Latins were a polity near Rome and in the Latium area who were conquered and subjugated by Rome very early in Roman history. Not as I suggested earlier. I mean, Latin played an important role there. I don't know what language, maybe correct me if I'm mistaken, I don't know what language the Romans spoke. You're going to hit me something like, they spoke Roman, you fool, and that might be true. I know that Latin was used by the church a lot. They just all spoke Latin. Interesting. Latin is the name of that language? Okay, because I knew the church specifically used Latin, but I didn't know if that was the whole thing that everyone else used, because Latin stayed, like my mother grew up in Italy and they spoke Italian, obviously, but at the same time, her church where she went to, she was raised Roman Catholic, was still conducted in Latin in Italy, which was kind of wild. So you'd go and they just like babble at you in Latin and you'd be like, I don't know what any of this means. And then Nona would be like, shut up and pray. And you'd be like, okay, I'm sorry. Right? Julius Caesar probably spoke Greek, right? The Roman aristocracy spoke Greek. That's what I thought too, because it also took out such a massive region, right? Like the Roman Empire got huge. Greece, parts of Egypt, obviously, you know, with all the stuff with Cleopatra, up into Germany. They went as far as like, didn't they conquer most of the United Kingdom as well? Like all those islands that all that worked? I don't know. Catholic Church ended Latin masses in the 70s. Wild. About half of Britain? Okay, yeah. So to say that they spoke one language is wild. Also, recently, when I was in Germany, I didn't really understand how big of an, I mean, obviously you read a book and you're like, yeah, you know, the Romans conquered this much area, much like, you know, Napoleon conquered this much area. I went to the German city of Trier, which was at one point just a massive, big deal Roman city. Just like the Romans were like there and pointed and built a huge, like luxurious bath oasis place. And that had a very big impact on me, just being like, wait, hold on. They just ordered, this is so far. They just said, build something here? I don't know. What is this? Oh. Yeah, there you go, y'all. They all spoke Latin. That one language that everyone looks at this map, everyone looks at this region, they think to themselves, yep, one language. Yeah, the English city of Bath, named because of the Roman baths. Yep. Wild stuff. Augusta Raurica is in Switzerland. I didn't pronounce that very well. Oh, I was spot on. Let's go. Entering my Latin arc. I like how this map highlights just how vital ships were in a functioning empire. Yeah. I mean, also, dude, functioning empire is very funny at that time because, you know, it would take like 3 months to get information back on something and people were like, yeah, that's fine. That's normal. All right. Very excited for Anno. We all got a little distracted, but you know, so it goes. All right, still in the city genre. Next up, we have Whiskerwood, which asks the question, what if Timberborn, but mice? It's interesting because it's definitely in a very different age than Timberborn, right? Like it has it in sort of that like very romanticized colonial era of ships and cannons and exploration and finding new lands. Why do we always paint cats as the bad guys? I mean, look at this image. Look at this poor mouse only wants some bread and this cat is like peasant. Tiny mouse city builder. Oh, my heart. How soon before we have enough animal-based games you can make a root city builder? So there was I believe there's also a penguin city builder and a frog city builder that I can name off the top of my head. All these societies are prey. Yeah, valid. My cat is evil. That doesn't mean we have to portray it that way in the media. A rooty builder, a tree city builder. We already covered that one, Jordan. Cats can be good and soft. That's fair. That's fair. What's up, Measure of Hope? Right. I guess Against the Storm. Right. Against the Storm has lizards, beavers, humans, boring. Did they add foxes? I'm trying to remember what the two other species they added to Against the Storm were. Foxes and frogs. Yeah, there you go. Need to hear about this frog city builder? Oh, I can't remember the name. I just think I remember it exists. So yeah, Whiskerwood. Not a ton of information on this particular one, but I figured there was a non-zero amount of people in this community who'd be like, yes, go on, tell me more. So there you have it. All right. I've actually played the prequel. Prequel is maybe not the right word. I've played Islanders. Islanders was very cozy. And I don't know if this is a brand new game. They very specifically didn't call it Islanders 2. This is Islanders New Shores. I'm a dog person. So this is a little bit of a puzzle game, which is kind of interesting. You get tiles, and then there are synergy bonuses for building things next to each other. So you can see there's a little point value. And then typically what happens, you can see in the bottom corner, there's a number that you have to hit. And once you hit that number, you get to leave. There was another trailer that I watched that had yapping. I should try and find that. Now with the photo mode. This is the opposite of Besieged. So where's the trailer they had here? Maybe this one has narration.
Started with Islanders.
There you go.
We head for new shores. Building on the beloved first game, we wanted to bring new layers to the experience. We've added new buildings and updated scoring. Take line of sight into consideration with a lighthouse. Add the mountain shrine up on a peak lined with cliff houses. Or build an aviary network between islands. To really shake up each run, unlock boons as you play, allowing you to modify your buildings or perhaps demolish them. They might even let you jump to the next island early. You might come across a desert aurora, a stellar fantasy, or islands that literally rise from lava. The combinations of new shores are endless. And if putting points on a leaderboard isn't for you, enter the sandbox and create cozy retreats.
Sorry, demolishing is very funny to me. I get what you mean, but it's also very funny to me.
Islanders New Shores on July 10th, with free content updates to follow.
So this seems very cool. It seems very, very, very cool. An expansion on an already cool formula, right? God, my my suggested trailers is always so funny. I looked up the Froggo game. It's called Croakwood, and it looks very cute. I'm positive we've covered it in a trailer day before, but yeah, I'm glad. New games for everybody. The islands look much larger than the first game. I mean, it felt like they addressed that at the top of the trailer. They're like, hey, so we all know you love the first game, and we did too, and we found that it was limiting, so we just made everything bigger. You know, all the things that you wanted to do, we just made all of that bigger. And I think that's kind of cool. Excited about that. So I just need to talk about this photo for a quick second. This is actually one photo with 7 heads stacked on top of each other. And I don't know how they did it, but somebody very cleverly, that's English, chopped it and split it to make it look like it's wide. But this is actually just stacked. I'm actually lying down on the ground, like flat on my stomach in this picture. And then we're all stacked up after that. So well done to whoever made that thumbnail, probably Heather, because that is some very clever photo magic there. The final city builder that I have is All Will Fall. And I'm going to be honest, I don't actually remember if this trailer is actually from one of the shows that I watched over the weekend or not. It all kind of blurred together, but this is a trailer that I was very excited about. 4 months, 2 months, 1 day ago. Yeah. So it's from the right time, but I don't know if it was actually featured in any of the trailer shows, but I want to show it anyways. So this is another sort of like heavier narrative. Oh yeah, apparently I watched this trailer from months ago. A heavy narrative city builder game that involves a lot of physics and stuff. But anyways, let's jump into it. We can talk about it later on. So this is a city builder where your construction can and will fail, and that's actually an important part of it. Oh. Gonna be real, when I watched that trailer on my phone previously, I had definitely missed the low-key cannibalism shot there. So this one's darker. So this is, the trailer tries to make it look quite lighthearted. Apparently, narratively, this one is very heavy and very dark. Because a big part of it is you are trying to survive in the worst possible timeline, right? And you're going to have to make very challenging decisions. They did seem to be pretty chill between those shots, though, for real, though. This is Frostpunk for Ocean Living, yeah. So yeah, that is the city building genre. And we're actually, this is going to seem very tasteless after that particular shot. We're eating pretty well in this genre right now. This is probably the second largest category I had after adventure. I guess RPG got pretty well too. Oh, never mind, roguelikes. Okay, never mind. A lot of genres are doing pretty well. Good segue, thank you. I kind of agree with Lady Mix on this one. I would love a more light-hearted version of this. Well, Light Sparks be reviewed. This is not trailers that I'm excited about. This is specifically trailers from the weekend show. I have a longer note section, and I think this one actually slipped in. I don't think this was actually on any of the trailer shows, but I am really trying to keep this focused on trailers that were covered in the following. Yeah, as opposed to just like, here are general releases or new games that are coming out. All right. This section is interesting. I tried to make it mostly, oops, we're at survival. I tried to make it mostly new games, but there are some games that had like big updates over the weekend too. I think there's maybe 6 games that it's just new trailers. All right, let's go to survival games. First off, we have one called Railborn. And this is funny because this is not a new genre. This is specifically games where you live on a train. There's a horror game version of it, Choo Choo Charlie. There was a Void Train where you're in a weird like space world shooting Nazis for some reason. And then they made Railborn, which is what if the whole world was... I mean, the whole world looks an awful lot like a rail yard if you live on a train. The graphics look remarkably similar to Satisfactory. You wish Void Train was better? Void Train was fascinating and just got a little bit strange. Very abstract. And this one feels very grounded. Pardon the pun. Another way to think about this game would be, this feels like very Raft as well. Possibly very Subnautica, right? Except you take your base with you. It's just very funny to me. You're trying to ask yourself, wait, why do all these rails exist? Right? Like, what is happening in this world that there are rails everywhere but nothing else, you know? Can you make them look like trains? I mean, the world is your oyster. You make them look how you want them to look. I mean, maybe this is one of those games that you're like, don't ruin the fun. The whole world has train infrastructure, but everyone is dead, okay? Just roll with it. You'll have more fun if you don't ask why. Just accept the premise and move on, Jaeger. But this looks very good. This looks like the sort of game that I play the heck out of. But yeah, a surprisingly deep genre of survival games where you don't leave your base behind, you know? Next up in the survival genre, we have Voyagers of Nera. Oh, they've been talking about this one for a while. Interesting. Trying to remember which trailer show this was on. Railborn is also multiplayer, 1 to 4 players. Neat. This is one of these games I had a hard time trying to think of what genre to put it under, but I saw them chopping trees and I was like, survival. Soon as I see a person with an axe, I'm like, this is a survival game. It seems a lot more exploration and narrative focused. But I see that tree chopping and I'm like, this is a survival game. Wasn't too into Enshrouded in the beginning, but I speed watched some of the VODs and the appeal has grown. I mean, survivor builders are popular for a reason, right? I mean, started with Minecraft and moving on. It's turns out they're just really chill. So yeah, this is one set in a very, very pretty ocean landscape, right? Yeah, big Moana vibes for sure. This is probably one of the bigger titles that we're covering. I'm not specifically trying to cover, I mean, Anno is also a big publisher. I'm not trying to specifically cover like indie games or stuff like that, but I do, I mean, I got a Sonic game as well. I do tend to try and talk about games that you might not have already heard. Like everyone knows that there's a Grand Theft Auto game coming out or whatever. But anyways, Grounded 2. Do you know I never played Grounded 1?
I told you, you can't run from me, you foul beast!
Because spiders? No, it just came out at the wrong time. I was just playing other games at that time. Sometimes things just don't line up, right?
Explosion at Brook Hollow Park.
So if you didn't hear about Grounded, Grounded was what if Honey, I Shrunk the Kids was a survival game.
Of when 4 teenagers were miniaturized against their will and left to fight for their survival in the backyard of a deranged scientist. Formerly evil company Eminent Practical Technologies was set to dedicate a statue of the 4 teenagers, fast food science robot Burgle and Dr. Tully, when an explosion erupted. Dr. Tully and the teenagers' current whereabouts are also unknown.
Formerly evil company, right?
You gotta keep them separated.
Get shrunk. Yeah, if you got a thing with bugs, this game's probably not for you, but you know. Hey, wait. How dare you? No, the best part! They cut the best part of the song? So yeah.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
This apparently is a huge multiplayer survival crafter. And I've heard that in Grounded 2, the starting map is the size of the map of the first game. So they've made it significantly larger. Mixed feelings about that one. Because I am generally on team, I like shorter games. Huge, I get it, yeah. Do I want to watch a 13-minute trailer on this? That seems so long. Bigger isn't always better. Yeah, yeah, I don't know how to feel about that. It's interesting. It's fascinating in a game of this genre because typically you want to let your biomes breathe, which I understand and I respect. It's funny though, because like Minecraft is literally endless. I mean, it's not, but you know, it's so big. It's like, it may as well be. But people never really have a reason to explore in it. So what do you do with stuff like that, right? Our map is huge. It's like 20 square feet. That's very funny. Better give us a way to traverse it then. Traveling in the first game was awful. Could you have a mount in the first game? I never played it. And a big part of this trailer was like riding around on spiders. If you loved Grounded and want more Grounded than a massive map, seems fine. Yeah. Mounts are new. Yeah, maybe mounts are zoomy. And give you, I mean, it'll be cool. Flying ants, flying mounts. How zoomy would that be? That's kind of cool, right? I appreciate it when it's a crafted map, even 3x bigger. I'm sure it's still significantly smaller than Satisfactory. The whole game is a giant bag of nope for you. Yeah. If you can't do bugs, probably not, right? What if they do the Satisfactory thing and give you a series of mnemonic tubes or trains that you can like floomp yourself across the map, right? You thought they were riding on ants? They are. Yeah, in the trailer, they are absolutely riding on ants. Like, that's a huge part of this trailer, right?
The Yoke action figure can run.
Where was it? Right. Like, there you go. They're fighting on the back of ants. Is in one of them. Right, fighting on the ants. There's fighting on the back of a spider in this one. right? So there's an ant mount, there's a spider mount. Presumably these ones can also go up and not just sideways. The trailer image has people riding on Bug too, right? The first game they had a zip line that was kind of a pain to put up, but then they upgraded it to be an automatic zip line. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah. All right, give me 1 second, friends. I really have to pee. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to run some ads. I'll see you in just a second. Hello. So, Chair, what's your favorite game so far? What do you think Chair would have enjoyed in the list? I feel like Chair is kind of into vibes. Chair is probably all about that Islanders. That'd be my guess. Or maybe, which was the tree? Was it Dark Switch or Generation Exile? Except like Chair would imagine themselves in the role of the tree. The thing that keeps the evil at bay. All right. We got one last trailer in the survival genre, and that is Winter Burrow. This is one that we've seen before, but it seems very, very, very cozy. Maybe a little bit sad as well. This is the one where you're a mouse. Some of you might remember me getting into a long argument with people as to, is that a hedgehog or not?
The snow was swirling.
This is part of the Wholesome Game Directs.
We didn't think they'd make it far. But then something happened. The little mouse learned how to knit warm clothes. They fixed the stove and filled the air with the scent of fresh baked pies.
Emily, thank you for that Prime.
Burrow back to life.
Thank you for the 53. Ugh. I was wearing a toupee.
In the end, our doubt was
oh no.
shame. Not only did the little mouse save themselves, they saved all of us.
Can I tell it to stop recommending scum? No, thank you. So yeah, this is a Don't Starve-esque survival game, except you're a mouse, and it's in like a woodlands, very, was it called Redwood? What was the series, the classic beloved childhood book series where all of the Redwall? Yeah, it was Redwall. Yeah, it feels very like Redwall coded, right? You're really excited for this one? Oh, I bet. Yeah. Very cute looking, right? So yeah, those are the survival games that I chose to feature. I think there might have been one or two other ones, but they're either, I don't know, didn't quite land in ways that I wanted them to land. Like, I guess you could argue that Scum is like, I think there's a Scum 2. I'm like, you know what? Nah, don't care. Feels like a cross between Raymond Briggs cartoon and Don't Starve. I don't know who Raymond Briggs is. Oh, cozy. Interesting. The Snowman. Slight peppering of Mouse Guard, the RPG. All right, so let's start with Altars got a brand new trailer, and I'm going to be honest, some of the previous Altars trailers were not surge safe, and I'm fairly certain that this one doesn't have any swears or violence or anything in it, but we'll give it a go. So Altars is a fascinating game that does have a lot of heavier stuff in it, just as a heads up. You are a space specialist, astronaut, scientist person who gets crash landed on a alien world. And in order to escape, this is the part that's fascinating, or in order to escape, it's a colony management simulator where you clone yourself by using an alien resource to go back in time and find a pivot point in your life where you're like, what if I had gone to med school? And so there's the version of you that was a doctor, or the version of you that was a farmer, or a version of you that never broke up with somebody. And you've got this really dysfunctional family where you need to live with countless versions of yourself. They don't always necessarily see eye to eye. Also, it's 11-bit studios. They're the same team that did like This War of Mine and a lot of these like very, very heavy, you know, you have to make narrative choices, but they're both kind of lose-lose style studios. This seems like a full-on nightmare. It's fascinating. Also, you have this sort of like dollhouse giant wheel spaceship. So anyways, I'm going to click on this trailer. I think this one is fine, but just a heads up that it might be a little bit heavier. It's an everything everywhere all at once colony game. Sure. I click on trailer.
I know our odds. Maybe it's time to consider the easy way out.
Give me all your love now, 'cause for all we know, we might be dead by tomorrow. I can't go on wasting my time, adding scars to my heart, 'cause all I hear is I'm not ready now.
You were always one of us. From day one. What if deciding, making choices was never anything more than just an illusion?
What's in your heart? But if you're not ready,
You're still making it about yourself. Just look at us.
how can you be ready?
I just wanted to find a way out.
'Cause soon enough we'll die. 'Cause soon enough we'll die. 'Cause soon enough we'll die.
Oh, I don't know what I clicked on. Yeah, so that is probably one of the more interesting, more theatrical trailers that I've seen for the Altars. This is a game that I've been sort of watching for development. I'll probably never play. I like how Drio described it. Games where you have to make the decision that everybody hates the least is so real. It's a very good trailer, right? I don't know if I have much else to say about it. I know there's somebody out there who's like, I can't wait for this game. It seems very cool. Love the premise. I enjoy that unlike many interpretations of your choices don't matter, this is because you kind of get both options. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know if necessarily it's your choices don't matter. Like Frostpunk was a game that your choices very much matter. They just both sucked, right? Like, oof. This one might have some interesting strategy. I don't know how they're going to put it together in terms of like, do you unlock people very sequentially, or is there like a choice order you get to make? A little inspiration from Moon? Interesting. I don't know. Would I play this on the other channel? I don't think I'd play it on. Look, Expedition 33 was a beautiful narrative game that made me sad. Sad is slightly different from games where I don't know. I don't want to necessarily be given. I'm fine to play through a narrative game where bad things happen. I don't want to be put in a position where this is something that happened to me in Frostpunk. You're like, everyone starves or my children have to work in the coal mines. Pick one. And I'm like, don't love that. Oh, you're mostly representing what if the actual making of a decision was an illusion? That's fair. Yeah. There's sad and there's existential crisis sad. Yeah. The difference between sad and nihilism. Yeah, right? Like I can watch a piece of media or engage in a piece of media that'll make me feel something, but I don't want to have to be like, God, this is so bleak, you know? Not to say that this is going to be that, but I feel like 11-Bit Studios has a tendency to feed you a lot of gut hits, right? A lot of punches. What was the plot of Expedition 33 if not existential? Sure. I don't know. Again, I feel we might be splitting hairs if there isn't the ability to sort of tell the difference between the two. All right, let's do something. Oh, Expedition 33 sadness came from love. Nice. Games should be fun. I would argue that games are art. And all that art needs to do is make you feel something. And then it is a success. That doesn't necessarily need to be fun. And I think that's more interesting and more powerful than necessarily just have to be fun. I think they can be fun, and I think if what you're looking for them is something to be fun, but like they can be more than just fun. Now, Altars, I'm glad it exists, and it has, you know, it'll have a feeling that it wants you to do. I don't necessarily need to opt into that one, right? Just like horror games exist, and I'm like, I don't want to play games that scare me. That is not an emotion that I am going out of my way to try. I don't feel like I'm missing a lot of fear in my life, and I need to seek it out, right? But to each their own. All right, we're gonna check out Moonlighter 2 now.
We meet again, little merchant. Still taking up the challenge of a double life. Torn between one endeavor and another. Two sides of the same precious coin. In one life, you brave dangers. While in the other, you put your skills and hustle to the test. To grow your store. As you chase that vision, you may pause and wonder, is this pursuit more important than its destination?
Oh, poor knuckle.
That
general game chat, Attack Echo.
You, little merchant.
So Moonlighter 2 is the story of a workaholic. It's talking about a double life. It's literally not a double life. This is the story of a person who by day owns a shop that sells magical trinkets. And by night, instead of sleeping and unwinding, they go into a dungeon and they find magical goods to stock it. Yeah, there is no work-life balance for this person. This is grind and hustle culture going too far. I work 2 shifts. Yeah, this is a person who has to work 2 jobs to make ends meet. I played through the original. I quite enjoyed it, actually. It is quite cute. One of the things that I enjoy, right? This is Dave the Diver, right? Yeah, same sort of idea. What I love in my fantasy games is the gig economy. So digs at capitalism aside, this is actually a really fun little formula. So I believe sort of the big game in this genre that most people identify with is a game called, it's either Racketeer, something like that. I never get that one properly. So there's been a couple of games in this genre, but you know, you go and you get the stuff that you want to sell, which is kind of cool. Sounds like racketeering, sure. Racketeers, how do you pronounce it? Okay. You know what's funny? I never actually played that one. I did a loading ready run play it forward of the original Moonlighter. And everyone's like, oh, did you play Racketeer? And I'm like, no. It's very funny when you play one game and all the discourse is about a different game. And you're like, I guess. Racketeer's getting a remaster soon. Interesting. Yeah, the way the word is spelled is not how C's in the English language typically work. Sure. Racketeer was also very anime. Interesting. Maybe that's why people kept talking about it. The weebs were like, nah, you got to play the anime version. Anyways, Moonlighter 2. I am positive about this. I feel it probably sounds like I'm dunking on this, but I'm actually excited for this game. Here, oh my goodness. Here, right, I guess this is under the adventure genre. Maybe both of these. This could have been maybe under strategy. I don't really have a colony simulator genre. Moonlighter 2 could have been under roguelikes, maybe. But this game is absolutely a adventure game. And this is another game I don't know how to pronounce. Militsioner? So there was a trailer for this years ago of what if you're in a small European city and there's a cop the size of a mountain looking at you. And it was very intriguing to a lot of people. And then now they have another one. So enjoy this.
Aggravated vandalism. Then theft.
There's no captions for this, unfortunately.
To flee.
Meow meow. Huh, you stole the meow meow! Jail!
And it pains me deeply. But a lamb that's always lost. Has to be gold.
What an odd premise. So this is Tall Boys. This is from the devs. Maybe this one also doesn't have closed caption. Is this the same trailer?
Aggravated vandalism. Then theft. And worst of all, you've tried to flee.
Trying to hear the narrator.
And it pains me deeply. But a lamb that's always always lost. Has to be gold.
I cannot understand what they're trying to say. I heard like you tried to flee and it hurts. What a fascinating trailer, eh? The ending is a lamb that is always lost must be culled. So is the narrator the cop, or is the narrator the person trying to flee? All right. I'm going to turn it up even louder. We're going to try again.
First, aggravated vandalism. Then theft. And worst of all, you've tried to flee.
It is the cop. First vandalism, then theft, and then worst of all, you tried to flee. Oh. And it pains me deeply. Right, you're supposed to be sympathetic?
But a lamb that's always lost. Has to be gold.
Yo, yeah, and the person nailed it who said, and a lamb that is always lost needs to be culled. That proverb ends with, lest he leads others astray. Dang. Wow. So they cast a very interesting narrator for that game. Very hard to parse what they're saying, though. Hey, thank you very much to a sneaky friend for gifting a sub to Jordan, by the way. I really appreciate that. Not stinky, sneaky. Joe. Wow, what a fascinating trailer. Oh. I sure came out of a meeting to something. You saw a Meow Meow getting stolen. All right, these are all new to me, and they go through various different themes. Again, this is the adventure category. This is somewhat of a catch-all. Let's see how it goes. Hold on. Is the game narrated, or is that just the trailer? I have no idea. None idea. Again, I kind of like... I think this trailer is very well put together. Let's keep talking about however you pronounce this word. Militsioner. I think this trailer is very well put together because it gives you a sense of the vibe, and a little bit of what the gameplay looks like, but that's about it. It leaves you asking questions, right? You're like, I need to know what's happening here. There are some trailers that are very obvious what you're going to get into. Oh, this word is police officer in Russian. Thank you, Dan. Is that true? Big if true. Borrowed from Russian or from the Latin militia, military service. Oh, that's so cool. I'm fluent in Russian. Wow. Wow. All right, I need to dig in a little bit deeper too. Where is Tallboy Studio located? Can anybody do any digging here? Trying to do some Googling about. So I like this. Welcome to their studio. It's all photos of their shoes. Their about is just the staff. You didn't notice the word until I tried to say it out loud, to be honest. Interesting. Their mail is .ru. Okay, so they are Russian as well. Fascinating. Huh. Very, very interesting. Hey, completely unrelated. Joe just brought me a coffee and I'm very in love right now. Cool. Ooh. All right, let's move on to the next game. We have Aphelion. Aphelion. So the first time I saw this trailer, I got big vibes for... Oh, heck. What was that shooter I played called? Doesn't matter. Let's just enjoy it. We'll talk about it after.
Thomas, the ship's breaking apart. There's no time. Evacuate now. Thomas, come in.
Returnal. Thank you, Dan.
Ariane, you sacrificed
and the brain fist
for a new world to save mankind. And I'll always love you for that.
This looks very different from that game for what it's worth. Video games look so good, right? Yeah, good music choice too, right?
Thomas, wherever you are, I'll find you.
It's interesting, the last audio cue there. Hold on, let's listen to that again. Listen to this audio cue. Hold on. It goes through so many different noises though, but it's not just, it's like a predator alien and then a dinosaur. Hold on. But then it hits the bass. What? I like that they give a lot of the familiar kind of horror tropes, right? You're like, okay, it's an insect. No, it's a dinosaur. No, it's the predator. Wait, what are you? Their sound person had a lot of fun with that one, eh? So yeah, this one seemed really cool, really interesting. That deep clicking sounded like an ocean ship coming apart, right? Am I going to put the Baby Steps trailer? No, I am not going to put the Baby Steps trailer. That was one of those ones that I was just like, ugh, I don't know. That is not my style of game. That did not make it on my short list. That was one of the ones that I was watching and I found actually kind of upsetting. I don't know. It does have a certain style of humor to it, but it also it also had a lot of just like poop jokes to it. I don't know. Very conflicted on that one. What's up, Rach? Congrats, Totally Not a Beholder. This was a big, that trailer? Yeah. And again, I don't want to pass a judgment. There are a lot of games out there that people are excited about. And that is totally valid. They don't, and you know, the video games out there and the games that Surge likes don't necessarily always have to be a circle. What's up, Sora? Yeah, things that I am focusing on or not focusing on are not a value judgment. They are just the games that I'm excited about. Or the games that I mean, even I won't personally play that I'm excited to share. All right. I think this trailer is a musical, or at the very least, it gives me big musical vibes. We're checking out There Are No Ghosts at the Grand trailer. This one seemed really fun. So, enjoy.
Welcome to England, Mr. David. I know this must be a shock, having never met your real father.
Meow meow.
He left you this hotel in his will. It's been in your family for generations, much like the caretaker. He's a little eccentric. You'll see.
Let me welcome you to the Grand, a hotel famous across the land. Every room used to be in such high demand. Your wish I'll command here at the Grand.
Well, hello there. It looks like you're about to do some renovations. Would you like some help with that?
I hope the game is also a musical.
Renovating the hotel when he disappeared?
Not just the hotel. He was helping the entire village. You have his power tools. You know, you could pick up where he left off. You seem like a good man, like he was.
Little breaking and entering, you know?
Just make sure the locals don't get wind of what you're really up to. Because if they find out, they will wicker man your ass.
You keep looking into things, and things are gonna start looking back. Don't make the same mistake your father made. In this place, the only one you can really trust is me.
There Are No Ghosts at the Grand. You know what this reminds me of? I'm honestly going to call this one of the most underrated Disney movies. There was a Disney movie called The Princess and the Frog that was set in like the New Orleans area and had a lot of like really neat songs and was about like voodoo magic and stuff like that. And this gives me the same sort of vibes about it. Right? I really like that movie. And I think this face paint in particular, and I mean, again, I'm not really speaking from a point of knowledge about this. I'm like the whitest white dude living in Canada, but it does feel sort of like Caribbean voodoo. Apologies. I don't know. Help me out on that. Or at the very least, help me like lock it in a little bit more, right? South of Midnight that just came out as a musical narrative game as well. That really worked. I've heard very good things about South of Midnight. My buddy Ben is calling that like his game of the year. Did they say welcome to England at the start? I don't know. I'll check it out again. Am I thinking Baron Samedi? Am I? Let's find out. I guess I am. Yeah. I guess I am thinking Baron Samedi Voodoo. Oh, it wasn't Welcome to England. It was Welcome to the Grand. Right.
Welcome to England, Mr. David.
No, it did say Welcome to England. Welcome to England, Mr. David.
Mr. David.
This is England? What? Hold on. Who spotted that? Now I'm confused. England?
Having never met your real father, but he left you this hotel in his will. It's
Too sunny to be England?
he's
This is the most New Orleans England has ever been?
little eccentric. You'll see.
The Steam page says the English seaside village. What?
A hotel famous across the land. Every room used to be in such high demand. Your wish are coming.
I did not expect this game to be taking place in England, of all places. Jolly old England. That's my English accent, by the way. England.
So, my father was renovating the hotel.
England also has Caribbean immigrants. I mean, for sure.
He was helping the entire village. You have his power tools. You know, you could pick up where he left off. You seem like a good man, like he was.
The timing of that, you seem like a good man like he was, and then like breaking and entering into the bookshop is very good. The power tool is Scottish.
Just make sure the locals don't get wind of what you're really up to. Because if they find out, they will wicker man your ass.
You keep looking into things, and things are gonna start looking back. Don't make the same mistake your father made.
What accent does the Meow Meow have?
The only one you can really trust is me. In this place, the only one you can really trust is me.
Weird. Kiwi? Australian? Interesting. Aussie or Kiwi? Interesting. Huh. So anyways, yeah. There are no ghosts at the Grand. This one seems very cool. I'm less excited about it now that I know it's you know, in England, but it's probably okay. It's probably a minor thing. All right. Here's a weirder one, y'all. I'm not even going to introduce this game. It's called Keeper. Just a lighthouse and their best friend. Yep. And now it's an egg. Right?
Play it day one.
Keeper. This is a video game about an animated lighthouse. with a weird bird friend. Oh no, it's cute. I hope it isn't sad. Yeah. So a lot of people are excited about Double Fine. I'm actually not familiar with that studio. So I'm going to look up a list of their games. Psychonauts. I recognize. I don't recognize a lot of these. Day of the Tentacle. Oh, Grim Fandango. Oh, interesting. Okay. Brutal Legend. Oh. I'm a little scared, honestly. It gave me horror vibes, weirdly enough. So the art style is very interesting. It's reminiscent of The Nightmare Before Christmas, which is interesting, which is like this sort of like clay animation, kind of upsetting, but it's often, I mean, at least in that art style in the past, it's often meant to be like off-putting, but not actual horror. All right, 1 second, getting a text after spawn 2. A friend of mine is asking very specific question about catering curry for dinner, and I have to respond. This is like finally. Yeah. This is the equivalent of the Prime Minister calling for specialized advice. It's like, I've been training for this moment my entire adult life. Do you know? Do you know that when one of my favorite curry restaurants reopened their curry buffet after the pandemic, the owner literally texted me. Just like, hey, Serge, we just want you to know that our locations are offering the curry buffet again. And I'm just thinking to myself, how much curry buffet do you have to eat for the owner of a curry restaurant to text you to let you know it's back in? Like, what's happened? What life choices have I made that this is, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm happy, but it's also one of those wait a second moments, right? Right? Oh no. Okay. Geez. I wish I had a curry buffet near me. I'd be a regular in a heartbeat. Oh, it's so good. So to be real, if you're a vegetarian and you're going to a curry buffet, you are just, what's the word when you spend money for somebody else? Subsidizing. You're just subsidizing the butter chicken. That's like where the majority of a cost goes in any of those buffets. But so Joe isn't a volume eater. She really likes curry buffet because she can try like 8 different things for the price of one. Or you can just go there and like eat butter chicken and naan until you hate yourself, right? My ears perk up whenever you're talking local food because you're 100% on recommendations so far. Well, well, well. Biryani Palace. I don't actually think they have a buffet, but they do. That is like my new go-to takeout place. I used to love curry buffets, but I can't no longer eat the cost. They got expensive. Curry buffet used to be like $12, $14. I don't even know what a curry buffet costs downtown anymore, which is tough. I'm a known regular at my local pharmacy, which is when you know your life has gone in a weird direction. Oof. I really wish people would expand beyond butter chicken, but I get it. I mean, it's... Yeah, that's fair. How could I possibly hate myself for eating butter chicken? Seems like propaganda. I mean, it's just like Korean fried chicken, right? You eat enough of something and then you're like, I've made mistakes, delicious mistakes. Here in Utah, we have a place called Curry in a Hurry. That's a good name. That's a good name for a restaurant, you know? All right. It's when you love the food, but the food stops loving you back. Yeah. Never been to a curry buffet? It's a good time. It's a good time. Like, it's interesting. Again, I'm not normally like a pro buffet kind of person. If I go to Vegas, I'm just like, this is a lot. This is a little too much for me. But it works. It works sometimes. My first experience with a curry buffet was actually at a friend's wedding, which was kind of great. That was the first time I tried butter chicken. Was my friend, like my Indian friend's very traditional Indian wedding. And they're like, you got to try the butter chicken. I was like, I don't know. And then I'm like, oh no, I've made a mistake. I'm now in love. So. Me with a little cafe a few doors up the road from my workplace. I essentially walk in, they're already pulling the order. Yeah, sometimes the problem with being a regular at a place is sometimes if you go to switch it up and they like already have your usual order ready, you're like, I didn't really want this today, but I'm going to have it because you already made it. Anyways, you know. You had tandoori chicken as part of your wedding buffet? Oh, let's go. Good stuff. All right, let's keep talking about trailers. So yeah, Double Fine. This game looks really cool. It looks really interesting. I hope it's not spooky. It doesn't look like it's going to be a horror game. It might be like a little bit on the darker side, but I feel like it'll be dark like the way Nightmare Before Christmas was dark, you know? Looks more eerie than spooky. Yeah, I'm very not spooky, but that's how it goes. Speaking of Vegas, a question about MagicCon. Atlanta. Do you know if you're going? No idea. So the thing with all the Magic Cons, there's like 1,800 people that work for Loading Ready Run. We typically get maybe 4 to 6 seats for who gets to go. And I'm like number 6 in terms of importance. So I'm very lucky anytime I get to go. I want to go to all the Magic Cons. Whether me specifically will be at them, none idea. None idea. I'm muted. Thank you, chat. I'm so professional. All right, next up we have, I'm going to give this really French. Ambroise Niflette and the Gleaned Bell. Ambroise Niflette. This was part of the Wholesome Games trailers. Boop. Chicken. Play as the cutest detective ever. Oh, a detective. Explore a miniature-inspired French village. And investigate a mysterious theft. Without the bell, our village is frozen in time. All right, this is a short one, so we're just gonna watch the whole thing again, and this time yap over it. This looks so cute. I absolutely love this art style. So I know that there are games that are 100% stop motion. I don't think that's the case with this one. I think they just had really cute models and they made it work, but the world looks like it's physical, right? Like it looks like it was actually made, it could have been made on actual physical models, right? It's so cute, it's so stylized. It's also interesting that we're a wind-up doll. And I don't know why that is, but it kind of looks like everything in this world, it's a world of toys, right? Maybe that's the idea, like the priest being a jack-in-the-box and stuff like that. When did Wallace and Gromit become a game? Yeah, it could be. Cuckoo. So yeah. It's an evolution of the PlayStation era RPGs with pre-rendered backgrounds. Could be. There was an RPG a couple years ago that was 3D graphics on top of actually physically constructed background, like not even pre-rendered. Like they made an actual physical background and played the game on top of it. 100%, this had to be something they made physical models for and then used robo cameras. It looks like at some point they probably actually constructed this. I'd be curious to see, maybe not this one, the village, right? Maybe? No, I don't know. Very cute, very stylized. All right, next up. There's been a shocking number of games about climbing mountains lately. And I don't know why. And by a shocking amount, I mean there's like 4 of them, but still. The game studio is French. I mean, the game name is French. They say it's a village in French, but yeah. It's not surprising to me that the studio is also French, but you know. All right. This game is called Cairn, which, oh God. Cairn is the peak of a mountain? What does Cairn mean again? Oh, typically Cairn is a pile of stones as like a grave marker or something like that. Interesting. Cairn is a pile of stones. This one's longer. Let's watch this one.
Hey, wait for me! Whew. I'm Marco. Nice to meet you. Wait a minute. You're Ava, right? I mean V Ava?
Do they understand what we're doing?
You mean climbing? There's no way they could get it.
Apologies. It's kind of annoying that sometimes the subtitles just turn themselves off. Oof. Ugh. Those poor fingies.
I don't know how you do it.
The mountain is in my gut, deep inside.
Something about this game trailer really freaks you out. You don't know why. Heights? The cold? Maybe you watched the movie Alive, and you're just getting big flashbacks about being cold on a mountain. I don't know. It's a profoundly uncomfortable area. You're not afraid of heights? Interesting. Yeah. I mean, this is funny because we watched some of the game demos and you're like, I don't know what this game is about. You got a pretty good idea what this game's going to be about. What you don't know is the storyline they're going to put in the background of all of it, but you're like, okay, this is going to be a movie. This is going to be a game about climbing. Yeah, if you don't like falling, probably not for you. There was that horror movie with the woman stuck on a big pole, and I watched a clip of it. It scarred me. I don't know that one. I think I'm okay not knowing that. I think I'll just stick to Jusant. Which one is that? Was that the more... Was that the more narrative one? No, this is another new one. It's another game about climbing, right? The more cartoony one, yeah. There was another one which was like a very dark narrative one, like almost like a choose your own adventure one, which was like ugh. big like make the best out of bad choices style game again. Maybe that one was called Mountaineer. Maybe there were more mountain games than I thought. Jeez, I can't remember. All right, another adventure game. This one is called Echoes of the End. And this one, this one was kind of hard to differentiate between a couple of other games, but this one stood out to me. There's been several games sort of in this genre. These like fantasy adventure game. There's another one that looks similar to this that had to do with the legend of the Minotaur as well.
I used to swear by my father's oath to protect the wards is to protect our people.
This is not the Greek myth one, for what it's worth.
Lives. What's one life lost for the sake of the many?
And now, what do you swear by today?
The only one that matters is my brother. And I will kill the people who took him from me.
Because like high fantasy is having a big moment in games right now. Well, with some of the biggest series on TVs in the past decade being like Game of Thrones and The Witcher, Tolkien, right? Like I feel like high fantasy, not just its moment in games, but it's just its moment in the sort of the cultural zeitgeist, right? The Wombo combo.
Was right about one thing. The wards are breaking.
Yo, what's up, Mr. Gibberish? You don't know if it ever even really went away? I mean, sometimes it's more fixated on aliens.
Another end.
I feel like sometimes there's a pendulum that swings back and forth between sci-fi and fantasy. There's a brief blip in zombies for a while too. That's true. That's true. What's that joke? There's this economic theory of whenever vampire movies are really popular, it's like a forecast for an economic recession. And people are like, oh no, what's that movie right now? Sleepers? No. Oh God. What's the big vampire right now? Sinners. Jeez, that's so embarrassing. Yeah, Sinners is really popular and people are like, no, not again, not again, not again. I haven't seen Sinners, but I hear it's really, really good. Great film, so I've heard. Don't take financial advice from the undead. I mean, they got more life advice and life experience than we do. They've been alive so long, they must be smart. So yeah, this seems neat. I remember reading the vampire recession theory and thinking it didn't make that much sense. I should read it again. I mean, again, it's one of those really silly, like, correlation, causation, whatever, right? All right. The next game is called The Bureau of Fantastical and Arcane Affairs.
Heroes. The world is full of them. Sons and daughters of farmers with too much bravery and not enough wisdom, so some say. But what is a hero without a prince?
Sorry, let's start this again, but with captions.
The world is full of them. Sons and daughters of farmers with too much bravery and not enough wisdom, so some say. But what is a hero without a princess to save? Without dragons to slay? Nothing. That's where you come in. As an agent at the Bureau of Fantastical and Arcane Affairs, you will ensure everything is as it should be for the hero's arrival.
Inside this cave, you'll find a necromancer who, according to our reports, is a complete and utter embarrassment to the story.
The book is titled Hellgates Anew, Your First Ritual Sacrifice.
As it turns out, putting the soul of a demon inside of a skeleton is a touch more tricky than you might imagine.
We, the members of the United Builders Union of Enchanted Settlements, hereby announce a strike, effective immediately.
It's the inspector, here with their cushy job and their clipboard that decides if we have to do more work.
A dragon attack? That is not in the budget.
But what is a story without a good hero at its helm? With one unsanctimonious swing, you lop his head off. It hardly felt good, but incompetent evil is still evil.
Yeah, what if you wanted to audit your favorite fantasy setting to make sure everything worked out?
Newest agent to the cause. Wish list the Bureau of Fantastical and Arcane Affairs today.
I've seen other games with the general theme of you manage the dungeon for heroes. I like that it's turning into a genre. Like, they've made a couple games like this. It's supposed to be very, very humorous, very lighthearted. I mean, it's also a little bit like eye-rolling with the tropes and stuff like that. But, you know. There you have it. Who is the voice actor? God, I have no idea. I'm not very good at picking out voices. This is something I've noticed when I play a lot of games and people are like, oh my God, this is so-and-so from this game. I'm like, cool. Yeah, weird parts of media that I don't typically engage with. The other thing that I tend to be really bad at is picking out artists for Magic cards. People look at a Magic card and be like, oh my God, this is Phil Folio. And yeah, it doesn't tend to be the first thing that my brain associates. Sounds like the same voice actor from the Stanley Parable. Let's listen again.
The world is full of them. Sons and daughters of farmers with too much bravery and not enough wisdom, so some say. But what is a hero without a prince?
Yeah, never played the Stanley Parable either. So anyways, the Bureau of Fantastical and Arcane Affairs. You can't park your dragon there, sir. Yeah. And the last one, this is one of the bigger ones. It's really funny. When I watched the Summer Games Fest, I think this was one of the few trailers I was actually kind of stoked about. Lego Voyagers. Let's give it a peek. Like, this is absolutely a co-op game, right? Yeah, this just looks like a very cozy co-op puzzle game, right? All right, Jesse found out the voice actor of that previous trailer, by the way, if this helps you, Mr. Gibberish. Shout out to John Kennard, our narrator, along with MJ Scott, Nate Dufour, and August Sayin, who voiced parts of our trailer. Wait, Peyton Howard? Hold on. Those are different narrators. Oh, no. This Lego game is giving you Unravel 2 vibes, for sure, for sure. Looks very cute. Yeah, Unravel, there's a bunch of, like, the very classic couch co-op 2-person puzzle game, right? Sorry, it looks like a face. Just the silhouette of the shadow kind of looks like a head with hair, and there's the 2 eyes in the middle. All right, that's a little bit unnerving. Let's go to the next shot. All right, that's my... Wait, I guess this could have been technically under my platformer genre. All right, I'm going to move it, and we're going to pretend that I did a good job. We're going to pretend that... I mean, I guess I wasn't technically a platformer. That's more of a puzzle game. This is why the genres are all really tricky. We don't... You know what? We don't... We'll do our best. All right. I'm going to take a very short bio break, but when we get back, we're going to be looking at platformer games. And again, I apologize. I'm doing my best to sort of group them up thematically. It is what it is, you know? All right. I'll be right back, friends. A real quick bio break. Hello, I'm back. Actually, I'm gonna move 1 second. I'm gonna scooch my thingy over. I got a new, thicker, fancy rolly mat for my chair to rolly on, and I'm really happy about it. Except it doesn't have the teeth, so it slides sometimes, which is, I think, okay, but you know how it is. You know how it is. All right, let's go platformers. So this is a sequel, Planet of Lana 2. And I'm excited about this. I'd watched a couple people stream this game. I didn't play it myself, but it looked very cozy, very narrative. And they made a second one. Yeah, this is definitely more of a puzzle game than like a reflexes platformer like Celeste. Again, the genres are, I did my best. The problem is if you get hyper specific, then the groupings kind of become meaningless because they all just like stand by themselves. So yeah, story of a person. You got this weird sort of like alien monkey cat, and you're trying to run away from big scary robots that are trying to hunt you. The setting is very cool. Boop. So yeah, if you're the type of person who really enjoys this style, this genre of game, put this one on your radar. Seems very cool. This is the sort of game that I'm probably not going to play myself, but I'd love to watch somebody else play through. This is a sequel, yes. Planet of Lana 2. The first game, very, very, very similar. It's you and your small fuzzy friend, whatever they are. I don't know if they're a cat or whatever. And you're trying to solve puzzles to get away stuff. So apparently, according to 3 4/5, the first game is $5 right now. You know, just saying. Just saying. All right, next up in this genre, we have At Fate's End. I think this one is a lot more sort of like Celeste looking. Maybe not, wait, no, maybe not Celeste. Maybe this one is more, ooh, from the creators of Spiritfarer. What was the Silk song? What was the first one of that one called? With the Beatles, the Bugs? Hollow Knight. Yeah, so instead of Celeste, this felt much more like Hollow Knight-y. This game looks absolutely stunning. Like, what a tremendously pretty game, huh? Depictions of minor arcana? Yeah. The gameplay pauses for narrative choices, right? Like, look at this. In the middle of a fight scene, you're like, all right, what is your call and response? What is your dialogue while you're fighting here, right? Like, what? There's another really interesting one. Was it this one? Right? Like, hold on. They're fighting and then it pauses for a second and you like line up a spell attack or something. So I'm not entirely sure how it's going to work, how it's partially, I mean, it kind of feels like, this is going to be an odd description. It kind of feels like Final Fantasy 12, or it's pausable real time, where then you can activate certain abilities. Maybe. I can't tell if it reminds me of Saturday morning cartoons or not. A little. I can see that. Kind of reminds you of Gargoyles. Word. All right. Another game. Okay, I'm glad they figured it out. This game looks super cute. Hirogami. A fragile world to protect. Unlock powerful transformations. So this is a platformer where you are made of origami and you like unlock different ways to fold yourself to navigate around the world. I thought this looks kind of cool. I don't have a tremendous amount to add about this one. And then the final game I have in this genre. See, this is one of these genres that I really wanted to include. Like, I'm not a huge platformer kind of person. I've played very few Metroidvanias or Castlevanias, like sort of in the like action platformer sort of genre, like Hollow Knight. But you're like, no, the art style is cool, the premise is cool, the visuals are cool. Kind of want to share it. All right, the final one we have here is Constance. I think this one's a little bit darker, so definitely not for me, but maybe for somebody else watching. Right, this is the one that I think was a little bit more Celeste. Maybe I'm wrong? No, I think I'm wrong. No, I'm definitely wrong. Maybe I saw a Celeste trailer and just didn't include it. I watched a lot of trailers, y'all. No, this is definitely closer to another Hollow Knight. Even more so than the previous one. You can see the Celeste vibes to a certain extent. I often think of Celeste as being non-combat, just more puzzle stuff. When you're fighting and you're also platforming, right? And the, where was it? There's a part where they were bouncing off of spikes. Like this section, right? Like that section in particular really reminds me of Hollow Knight. But yeah, I guess catching the energy refills in the air is also a little bit Celeste. But yeah, this game seems really cool. Constance. This is one that's maybe a little bit closer to something I'd play. I like this genre a bunch. There are way too many good Metrovanians, for real. All right, we're now into the RPG section. First up, we have Dispatch. Now, Dispatch is a game that we have watched before, so it might be familiar. But if you haven't seen it, if you haven't heard of it, this is a game where you manage. You are like the 911 operator for a league of different superheroes.
And this is the Superhero Dispatch Network. I hope you're ready for your first shift.
Wait, we're doing this? Hey team, this is your dispatcher.
This could maybe be an adventure game as well. I'm not sure. I figured it was narrative enough that I wanted to call this an RPG.
We're taking bets on when you'll quit.
Friday? Today's Friday. I know.
All right, sorry, let's watch that again, but this time with closed captions on.
Superhero Dispatch Network. I hope you're ready for your first shift.
Wait, we're doing this? Hey team, this is your dispatcher.
Someone's robbing the museum.
Watch and learn, Sonny.
How do I mute you?
We're taking bets on when you'll quit.
Friday? Today's Friday. I know.
So yeah, another very lighthearted. I mean, it kind of feels similar to the Audit game, if I'm honest, right? Like Dispatch and the Bureau of Fantastical and Arcane Affairs feel like two sides of the same coin. But could be very fun. Next up, we have Wheel World. Where is this trailer? Maybe, man, maybe I got this as the wrong genre again. This also doesn't feel very RPG-y, but it does a little. I don't know. This is an Annapurna game. You played this demo and it rules. Okay, this game is definitely in the wrong category, I think, maybe. Maybe it's supposed to be in the racing games. I apologize. This is 100% not an RPG. But it does look really cool, right? It does look really cool, right? All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take Dispatch. I'm going to put it under, in this category. I'm going to take Wheel World. I'm going to put it under racing games. We're going to move the category to here. I'm going to pretend we're in the racing category. We're going to watch Sonic. And then we're going to come back to RPGs and I'm actually going to get it right. Okay? All right, so in the racing category, we have Wheel World, which we're all really excited about. And then after that, we've got Sonic Racing. Wow. This game completely caught me by surprise because the last thing I ever expected was that they would make a racing game in the Sonic universe. We'll get to that Goblin slide. Anyways, check this out. The only thing more baffling about this game existing is the fact that it's got crossover characters. Why does Sonic use a car? To keep it fair. If he ran, it would be unfair to everyone else participating. So yeah, it's featuring Hatsune Miku. What? You're like, what? A character from the Yakuza franchise. And a Persona crossover, right? What are these guest characters? It's so random. The other thing they did when they announced this game, they took a massive cold shot at Nintendo, and they're like, this is also going to be... Oh yeah, right. I forgot. They also have a Minecraft crossover, chat. Drifting across dimensions soons into Minecraft too. So one of the things they did as a called shot against Mario Kart specifically is they said that this is all going to be cross-platform too. I don't know how well this is going to work, but they're like PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch cross-platform. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but apparently during the Summer Game Fest, when they had the dev up on stage, that's what they said. Sega devs famously reach out to everybody. It does feel wildly everywhere. The fact that this is one of the most exciting games for me of the recent shows. Yeah. It's only cross-platform because Sega doesn't make console anymore. Sure? Maybe? I don't know. You're thinking if they had their own console, they would be exclusive? Feels like you make more money. Unless your company is telling you have to keep it that way. Partially, crossovers are all the rage is because it's an effective way to test waters for an IP without too much commitment. Ooh, interesting. Hey, what's up, Gunner? Thank you so much for the 82 months of tier 2. Know what happens to a man after he subs for 82 months? He changes. He becomes different. The chat, the stream, they search through him and he becomes one with the memes. So this is, I don't know, one of the trailers that I watched and I actually kind of like shouted. It was just so surprising. This one was just fun. I clapped. Wasn't the big dig at Nintendo, even that they'd have working online play? I mean, I'd have to watch exactly the Summer Game Fest one, but I thought it was specifically cross-platform. And it wasn't even Nintendo. It was like, unlike a certain other racing game, and you're like, ah. Cross-platform or cross-play? What's the difference? My assumption is from what they said that you can play across platforms. Like if you have the PlayStation, you can play with the Switch and vice versa. But maybe those are business buzz terms and they mean different things and I don't know that. Cross-platform means released on multiple platforms. Crossplay refers to what you're describing. It's being released on multiple platforms and you can play simultaneously with all of them is what I heard. Which means maybe even also on Steam. Okay, I need to find that specific scene apparently. Yes, it will have cross-play support at launch as confirmed by Sega on its official website. Online crossplay, confirmed multiplayer. There you go. Wrong button. All right, now for real this time, let's head over to RPGs. The Beast of Reincarnation. Is this one actually an RPG or is it actually secretly a racing game this time? Let's find out together.
この国に輪廻の獣が現れた。
So the first thing that I thought when I saw this trailer was, oh my god, Princess Mononoke vibes. Right?
あらゆる生物を蝕んだ。
There were so many Souls-likes spoiled recently. I didn't cover a lot of them. There's like Neo 3, Ghost of Tsushima, Tokei, like on and on and on and on and on and on and on. This is sort of the one kind of in that genre that I decided to cover. I don't even know if you necessarily consider like Souls-likes to be RPGs. Well, this one seemed very cool, but also because I'm a big Studio Ghibli fan. I don't know. The terms are all made up. There are no points. But yeah, Beast of Reincarnation. But yeah, if you want specifically human wielding a katana, fighting against either, I mean, they're not necessarily, there's a couple of Chinese ones as well. If you want to be a person wearing a hat fighting monsters in either Chinese or Japanese folklore, you're eating good this summer. There's like 12 titles in that genre that were announced. It's actually kind of unreal. It's unreal how many like games in that niche that there are. But yeah, there's Beast of Reincarnation, Neo 3, Ghost of Tsushima is getting a sequel. Oh my goodness, I'm so bad with the names. Ona Marushi. I apologize. There's a lot of them. All right, next up, because I didn't want to focus or dive too deep. Yeah, Onimusha. Thank you, Jordan. Yeah, if you're a fan of that, you're eating well. I've got, this is a big announcement. A lot of people are freaking out over this one. Persona 4 Revival teaser trailer. Let's watch it on the official Atlas site. Well, there you go, Jordan. There you go. Another trailer you're hyped for, I guess. So that was just a teaser trailer. There's not a lot out there, but now you know it exists, so you can get hype about it. How do they plan on handling the story beats that didn't age too well? I mean, that is the issue with a remaster for sure. Because you'll get people who will get mad at you if you change things. But mind you, like Final Fantasy VII was able to do a bunch of changes to everything and ultimately won people over because it was just handled really well. So, I've never played a Persona game. I know Jo was a big fan. She played a lot of 4 and 5. And as soon as this came up, she's like, we don't have a PlayStation. What am I going to do? But maybe she gets lucky and they have a PC release for this, right? All right, I saw somebody earlier looking through my notes saying like, hold on, they're making an Expanse the video game? Yes. It's called Osiris Reborn. Oh, this is a long trailer. 3 minutes. 4 minutes? Wow. Enjoy. This trailer might have a swear in it. I don't remember.
Zafar, pull up NavTech.
Just a sec. Got it.
Taki. We gonna find out about your Kopang right quick, okay?
Just want to do him justice. Stuck his neck out for us. Least we can do is get him out alive.
We've got big enough guns to make justice, all right?
Oh, Michael. To a man with a hammer, just about everything looks like a nail.
Aim for show. Time to say oh yeah with our hammer.
Missile range in 1 minute.
Brace yourselves. We're going for a spin.
That was a really fancy space maneuver there.
Zafar, did you get a signal?
After the large haul down this corridor, they shut down this part of the facility. Long time before our arrival.
Fine. Let's deal with those guys first.
Cat is very quickly becoming one of my favorite devs. What else have they done?
In Yoloda. They never look up. Zafar, you were right. They shut down this.
Wait!
Alota! I need backup!
Hold on, I'm coming!
I'll cover you.
Thanks.
So I don't understand. I mean, obviously she's an important character, but it's very funny how, you know, all of the bad guys are very like one bullet and they're gone forever. But she tanks a shot and she's like, she's okay. But whatever. I guess it's narratively important that she not die there.
Hey, buddy.
I'm not saying it's aliens, but in world they have different levels of armor, including power suits. Oh, thank you, Broken Golem. I have neither read the books nor watched the TV series of the Expanse, but this looks very cool. I'm imagining for that space combat too, it's kind of like that Bond scene where they're having the fight underwater where they don't even necessarily need to kill each other. Sometimes all they have to do is get rid of their oxygen source and then that's just as good, right? This is getting you hyped though? Yeah, this looked really cool. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. I'm not a very good gamer. I've also never played a Mass Effect. Could this be my first Mass Effect? Could this be like how my first ever Dark Souls was Elden Ring? Could this be like my Elden Ring to my Mass Effect? Or am I saying like video game blasphemy right now? This looks like the sort of game you get a new GPU, which is a big sad. On the one hand, big sad. On the other hand, opportunity to upgrade. I know when Skyrim came out, I had to buy a brand new computer to play that game. You get to do all the cool stuff in the trailer, standard cover shooter? Well, I mean, it depends, right? K definition. Because the theatrical trailer is obviously very different from how combat is handled. Because in that perspective, my imagining when I see 3 people and something like that is it's going to be probably turn-based. Apparently the studio is also famous for CRPGs, right? They did, according to chat, they did the 40K Rogue Trader. They did the Pathmaker games, or Pathfinder games, pardon me, Pathmaker. I was confusing that with Kingmaker games. So it sounds like it might be a turn-based CRPG, but maybe you do get homing grenades and drones and all that kind of stuff. Maybe it'll be a third-person cover shooter sort of thing, a la Gears of War. Who knows? The Expanse is their first action RPG. No kidding. Ooh. Very interesting. Speaking of new hardware, I'm second home today waiting for a new GPU to be delivered. I would have a very hard time getting something like a GPU mailed to myself. So I typically go through a store for something like that. I'm lucky in Victoria, we've got a store called Memory Express, which is like a very reputable Western Canadian PC part. And they order it in for a very good price. And I just get to buy it from them. Because I can't imagine ordering like a $700 to $1,200 GPU and then having it get lost in the mail. God. Or damaged, right? Oh my God. If there's no walking on the ceiling as a skill or trick, I'm going to be very disappointed. All right, we have one last game in the RPG category. And again, RPG is fairly broad. This is an ARPG. In the very, like this is very, very, very reminiscent of actual factual Diablo. I've never seen Titan Quest before. I don't know if other people, wait, Titan Quest, it's supposed to be one word. Why are you showing me Death Stranding? Oh, here we go. No, I don't want the, I mean, maybe the deep dive is fine. Sure, I guess we're just gonna watch this whole section. So yeah, I'm not familiar with this one, but it looked kind of cool. So this is right out of the Future Games Show.
Tell us about hope.
Titan Quest 2 is kind of your Diablo-esque action RPG, but it's set in ancient Greek mythology. You really can immerse yourself in what you associate Greece with. You'll be fighting these mythological monsters, some of which we came up with ourselves, some of which are from Titan Quest 1. Greek mythology also has become very much part of pop culture in the last 2 decades. Some other games have had great success with this, and we thought that we have this great IP on our hands, why not use it? In Titan Quest 2, you'll be playing as a rather unknown hero character. You're not really a hero yet. You're honestly just training to be a capable fighter. You have a master called Aristano. She's from Sparta and used to be a priestess of Nemesis, as you'll find out later. You will build up your own worth over time as you prove yourself in front of the gods. Gameplay-wise, Titan Quest 2 is very much a classic ARPG. But we've got our...
I do like that ARPGs are now including more like actual factual boss mechanics instead of just like a DPS race.
Instead of just being given classes. So you have to find these little entanglements that you can have between the two masteries, these synergies, and make the best use of them possible.
So one thing, I'm going to turn off the CC for a section. Like, look at how nostalgic that skill bar is. It's funny, they're not actually saying anything.
Take your character in multiple directions. The mixed classes is something we support quite a lot, actually.
It's neat. It's just like,
just a tanky warrior.
This game looks so nostalgic, but on the other hand, there are, yeah. If you're between seasons in PoE 1 and 2 and or D4 and are looking for another ARPG, like this looks so classic, right? This looks so nostalgic.
We are not going to be doing any...
I don't know, that seems maybe kind of like disingenuous or rude to this game to be like, this is number 4 in your queue. But if you're looking for new games in a genre, sometimes you're just like, yeah, I absolutely had a hole in my video game time right now. I wanted to fill with another ARPG.
Which will include additional chapters.
My buddy just introduced me to Titan Quest 1 and it's still fun. You need to cap the FPS at 60 though? That's funny.
Of course. So Titan Quest 2 will be...
This is the first CD game you ever bought for yourself. That's so cool, Mr. Gibberish.
Now already.
I missed it. I never even heard of the first Titan Quest game.
Timeline for this, and then later the other platforms.
So something that I kind of yapped over at 1.2, they mentioned that like they don't want to do a season pass, they don't want to do like microtransactions or anything. They want to buy the game and then do like a very classic DLC, like paid DLC later on model as well, which is like, sure. D2 is still fun. Word. Expansions. Yeah. What's that thing they call where they charge you for more stuff later? One of my mates is hyped for Titan Quest 2, so I'll probably be getting it. Nice. I got a couple buds who are like big into ARPGs. So I'd be curious to see what they think. Like they're reinstalling PoE and D4 every time there's a league update. And they go hard for like a month and they're like, all right, I'll put this down. And they wait 3 or 4 months for the next one to come up. All right, we got 2 Stardew likes. And this is really funny because they are so different from each other. And it's worth mentioning, there are a lot of games that were announced in this, which is worth mentioning. I selected it down to 2, and I'll be honest, it's not because I don't like the genres, but it felt like there are a lot of games that didn't necessarily offer something that was super new into it. There's like, it's Stardew, but you're in a giant robot, or it's Stardew, but X, or Stardew, but Y. And I was like, okay, there's a lot of those. So I just chose 2 to focus. One is Stardew, but a horror game. And the other is Tales of the Shire, which is Stardew, but it's The Hobbit. Are you big into PoE? I used to play a lot of the first Path of Exile League. And by a lot, I mean, I played like 6 leagues out of about 100. So I'm not that huge into it. I never got that far into endgame. I never got into crafting. But I played a fair amount. And like, I streamed up until endgame of PoE 2 on the Secret Channel for what it's worth. All right. Let's start with the cozy one. Let's start with Tales of the Shire, and then we'll go for the horror one after. So you've been warned to get your safety hoodies. All right. Tales of the Shire, chat.
Here in the Shire, time moves at just the right pace. Each day,
if you're looking for gameplay of this, TQ got to play an early version. She's got the VODs on her YouTube channel.
So much to savor and discover.
With winky face.
The land changes, bringing new colors, new rhythms, and
duck armor. Oh my god.
Tend to your garden and bring life to the land. Find joy in shaping a home that feels just right. Explore, trade, and celebrate the small joys that make each day special. On July 29th, the wait is over. Your Hobbit life begins. Every detail is yours to shape. And no matter the season,
Joe
will always have time for foraging.
Don't worry about it, sweetie.
And of course, food. Lots and lots of food. Welcome home, Hobbit. Tales of the Shire, a The Lord of the Rings game, coming July 29th.
Sims with the Hobbits? I thought this less as a simulation game and more as more of like a Stardew-like. I don't know, like Sims management games versus, I mean, God, they're all simulation management games, but I tend to, God, and then if you do survival games as well, right? It's like, okay, they all have farming, right? But where is the focus? Is the focus more narrative? Is the focus more like relationships and farming? Or is the focus more like chopping down trees with your hands? Are interesting little verticals to chop and put it into? but I've got this more in the Stardew-like category. But sure, you could call it The Sims, but with hobbits, if that's an easier way for your brain to click. Oh. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're feeling better. Devil Risen. If it's a Sims-style game managing your hunger, it's going to be so stressful. I don't think there's any hunger meter in this one. Actually, I don't know. This is where checking out TQ's VOD for like an actual gameplay insight will be kind of interesting. All right, get your hoodies ready, everybody. Here's something that I never expected. What if Stardew Valley, but a horror game? All right, buckle up. From the creators of Sunless Seas and Sunless Skies.
Complicated, and everyone's got their own.
Those are Lovecraftian horrors, by the way.
For 100 years, the practice of horticulture has been under a curse, making even the simplest act of cultivation unpredictable. But you come from a long line of sorcerers steeped in the green and growing arts. Your family's old lodge has been empty for a long time, so don't expect airs and graces. Chandley may be small, but it's thick with secrets and set in its ways. Is it ready for the return of a mandrake?
The Mandrake setting is based on British history and folklore. For research, we've walked
Maybe that wasn't as spooky as I thought it was.
visited an ancient coal mine beneath the Forest of Dean.
It's a world where overfishing might cause a river to put a curse on you, and where you'll go delving for bright minerals in the forgotten deeps.
Sunless Sea and Sunless Skies did have some light cannibalism in them. You can't eat people in this one, but that doesn't mean that it's safe. There are old powers waiting in the corners of the world, and the night does not belong to mortals. If all of that sounds good to you, wishlist Mandrake on Steam right now.
This is the second time cannibalism has come up in the trailer day today, which is kind of wild. So if you don't know, Sunless Sea and Sunless Sky were, they actually, I think it goes all the way back to almost like a web-based game called Fallen London. So there was so there's a studio out of England that writes these very Lovecraftian horror games. And they did, you can see in the, where are they here? You can see in the trailers of these games.
Go delving for bright minerals.
I'll go for a second here, let them get there. So Sunless Sea and Sunless Skies were these like very top-down, very narrative-driven games where you'd like operate a crew and go around and tell stories and all the random stuff that you're checking out. They're often like very dark and, you know, very Lovecraftian, right? You know, you've accidentally uncovered a terror and then everyone on your crew is now seeing nightmares and something awful happens, right? So that team is taking their hands on the cozy farming game genre, right? How interesting is that? The trailer wasn't as spooky as I thought it was going to be. Also, Mandrake is really interesting because Mandrake, as portrayed in a lot of fantasy, can go anywhere from a root that's kind of shaped to a person to an actual root that is alive and like screams or takes on very person-like qualities. So, you know, the idea of the Mandrake that you're like growing this sentient thing is pretty spooky. Neat, eh? So yeah, Mandrake. All right. Still a bunch of genres to go, friends. Next up, we've got strategy games. We have the announcement of Endless Legend 2. Very classic fantasy 4X. You like Civilization? You like this one? It's funny because I kind of bounced off of the original Endless Legend. And I think I might have just missed the window for it because I was playing a lot of Civ games, and this studio, oh my god, I can't remember the name of the studio right now, comes at the genre a little bit differently, but I've played Humankind since. And even Civ is changing the way it works a little bit. I do wonder, Amplitude, thank you. I do wonder if they're going to do the Amplitude style of combat again. And I don't know if I necessarily like, maybe I'll just keep doing the simulated combat because I found it a little bit too micromanagey to have to go in and fight all of those battles separately. Yeah, Amplitude and Sega. Oh, this one's published by Hooded Horse as well. Interesting. Interesting. But yeah, I'll probably check this one out closer at launch. I don't know if I'm going to play it in early access, though. Who knows? I mean, never say never, right? August 6th comes around. I'm like, God, I have nothing to play. Ooh, Endless Legends 2 is tomorrow. So, who knows? Also, all right, in case you somehow missed this one, this was a big, big announcement. I mean, this could have been under RPG as well.
Oh, Father, abandon not your wayward children of Ivalice, but deliver us from our sins, that we might know salvation.
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the...
You've never played the original, so I'm looking forward to this. I think there might be a bunch of people who have heard of Final Fantasy Tactics, but never played it. And now might be your chance.
Fall upon your crown.
This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Final Fantasy Tactics.
Do you remember?
So there's apparently two things that are happening here. There's apparently just a straight up remaster of the original game in here. Yeah, classic. The classic is just straight up, the entire classic is just in it. So, you know. My only problem with this release date is it's too close to Borderlands 4 for your liking. I know. Oh no, I'm spoiled for choice. Yeah. You love toggling between updated and classic. I thought there's a Diablo 2 remaster that came out, I don't know, sometime either yesterday or 5 years ago. I can never keep track. And they had the ability to toggle between like classic graphics and the new ones too, which is kind of funny. So you could play it like literal old school style or new style as well. All right, so that's what I had for the strategy games. I guess, man, Tactics. I guess Tactics is more strategy than RPG. I don't know. Again, I did my best. All right. There's one tower defense game that caught my eye. So check out Garbage Country. This game looks so funny. Yeah, not a lot of tower defenses. Most tower defense games tend to be indie games. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Surge, tower defense? You sure? What's up, Board Nerdify? So this could have gone under driving games, this could have gone under RPG games, but also I didn't see any other tower defense games. So yeah, let's watch this again, right? It also looks very beautiful. It looks, again, kind of voxely, at least in not the backgrounds, but like the way that you interact with other things in the world. You get to upgrade your vehicle. And then you show up at little destinations and you get little TD fights. So yeah, Garbage Country. This is one I could absolutely see myself playing. I love games like this though. All right. Welcome to the roguelike section. I tried to make a shorter list. This is not exhaustive. There are other games in this genre. These are the ones that I actually thought looked the most interesting or the most unique. Games that are kind of unlike anything else that I've seen in a while. Buckle up. This one's wild. This is a roguelike rhythm game, chat. Isn't jazz a roguelike rhythm game? That's a very good joke. Also, it's got kind of like Pikmin vibes to it too. So you make a little party of these weird little things that follow you around. This music is so extra, by the way. Dark ratatans crash the scene. It's interesting because this game mechanically seems like something I'd really enjoy, but the art style and the music are just so extra for me, are just so extra. And I'm sure somebody's looking at this and they're just like, yes! Anyways, I grabbed it. I grabbed it because I bet you folks like would love this. This is not a Surge game though. But yeah, Ratatan. Ratatan. Interesting, eh? What's up, Sala? All right, next up we have Hell Clock. So this one's a little bit darker, so just a heads up. This is like a very like Spanish. Oh, sorry, this is a Brazilian. This is a Brazilian, like, dark, roguelike, sort of like Hades, almost ARPG.
O sertão é rico para quem tem olhos de ver. Não é lugar para vocês.
Uma pessoa pode lavrar chão que nem mesmo cactos consegue brotar.
Todos precisam saber sobre o que de fato aconteceu em Canudos.
Eles moveram mundos para acabar com o nosso lar. Perdemos, mas resistimos, como Mandacaru no meio da grande seca.
So there's a massive game dev scene out of Brazil and out of South America. I haven't seen a lot of games that are actually set there, which is really cool. And this feels just like such, it kind of feels like there was, oh goodness, I'm so bad with words. It'll be shorter if I go to my game list. ink something. Raven, are you in chat? Help me out. It's right in front of me and I can't see it. It was Hades, but it was set in China by a Chinese developer. Is it not there in front of me? Did I not include it in this list? It's not ink bound. Oh my goodness, maybe I thought about it. The title looks like it's drawn in a giant calligraphy brush, which is why I'm focused on ink. How am I so bad at fetching nouns? I can describe stuff, but I can never think of names, and I don't know what's wrong with my brain. At some point in the past 5 years, my ability... Realm of Ink! Thank you. Oh. SPS works. You've saved me. I really appreciate that. So much in the same way that Realm of Ink felt like this very interesting way of telling like a Hades story, but through a completely different lens from what I would normally see. It feels like Hellclock is doing a really cool job of, again, telling a fairly familiar story, but through yeah, just a non-Western perspective. And I kind of dig that. I mean, I guess, you know, yeah. So yeah, Hellclock. Very cool. After Hellclock, we've got Arcane Eats. Boop. So what if we had a deck building roguelike game, but it was also a cooking simulator? Huh?
Customers curse you. The hordes line up at the door.
Sorry, let's start this again, but with the CC on properly.
Chef, opening your own restaurant may feel like a fairy tale, but it's trickier than it looks. Customers curse you. The hordes line up at the door.
Like a fine casserole of genres. Also, can we appreciate the Gastronomicon? What a top tier pun.
In the fires of the kitchen. Sharpen your knives and master the magic of food.
Guy Fairy? Ugh.
Hunger has awoken. And the path to a demon's heart is through its stomach.
This might be the first card game roguelike you can get behind. It's funny because obviously like the deck building card game genre has been around for a while and it's hit a bunch of different directions to go. But just taking the genre and being like, nah, it's a cooking game seems very funny. So yeah. Next up, we've got Morbid Metal. Which one was this one again? Oh, right. This one is just very shiny.
Morbid Metal is a fast-paced, roguelite hack and slash that is built for intense combo-driven combat. You play as an advanced AI, trapped inside a deadly simulation.
I like this one because it gave me Risk of Rain 2 vibes.
Explore its beautiful and brutal iterations, grow stronger, and prove your worth to your creator. You'll control up to 3 characters. It's a bit like switching weapons in a shooter, except here, you're switching full-on playstyles. Each character has their own unique combat style and active abilities, which are unlocked as you explore the simulation. You can even chain attacks between different characters. Start with Vector to quickly dispatch enemies, switch to Flux for a flurry of hits, and finish your combo with Echo's special attack.
Bonk.
Mastering each playstyle will be essential, as you'll face a variety of powerful enemies, each with their own attack patterns and weaknesses. And at the end of every biome, you'll face powerful bosses. These are dramatic, high-stakes encounters designed to be tough but rewarding. Each new run reshapes the world. Layouts.
Proud of you, Snurge. Enjoy your Minecraft golf.
You'll have to adapt and make strategic choices to succeed. Choose character upgrades, buffs, or curses that change how you play. Some of these choices push you to take risks, others offer abilities, rewards, and modifiers, which alter your combat style, making each run truly unique. Play the free demo tomorrow during Steam Next Fest and wishlist now for early access on August 20th.
All right. This is one of the ones I think I'm the most excited from this whole list. There's Wanderberg and Ever Siege are probably my two favorites, but I think this one wins my. This might be my most anticipated of all of the demos, to be real. This is such a surge game. It's so dumb. Welcome to Wanderberg. Yeah, a castle on wheels. So you like actually level up by grabbing resources, and you can modular build and upgrade this, right? You can make it walkie, you can make it on tank treads. There's a giant one that's just trying to eat you. Getting a little bit of Mortal Engines. I've never actually seen Mortal Engines, and I didn't know it existed. But I've seen clips of the movie Mortal Engines, and I don't know how that movie got made. Why don't the biggest castles simply eat the other castles? I mean, they are. How? Can somebody explain to me how Mortal Engines got made? Wait, was it a series of books? Really? All right, show of hands. Who in chat had ever heard of Mortal Engines before? Because I like completely missed that that movie ever even existed. I've got the DVD, but I haven't watched it. Watched it twice. Interesting. I'm positive that movie got made because it had Peter Jackson on it, like 1 to 2 years after Lord of the Rings. It was a Peter Jackson movie? What? I only know of the movie, haven't seen it. I didn't even know it was a book prior. Yeah. Okay, so Mortal Engines. Let's watch this trailer. I'll let the trailer speak for itself. It's weird. It was part of the trend of adapting young adult book series, huh?
60 minutes is all it took to bring humanity to the very brink of extinction. Mankind mobilized. A new age arose. The age of the great predator cities. Survival of the fastest.
All of the cities are now giant robo-mechas, and they drive around and they eat each other.
Hey, watch out! Valentine. This is for my mother. Stop her! Ask him why he murdered my mother.
I'm sorry you had to head out. As to shore, she won't stop until I'm dead.
I didn't realize there's such a subplot going on. I thought it was all about cities just eating each other. This does look very young adult, yeah.
I've been looking for you for a long time. Your mother.
It looks mega campy.
Of what he might do.
So, you know how sometimes they have those like little 5-minute movie trailer things? I just saw one of like 2 cities like hunting each other. Yeah, stuff like this, right? These like massive cities chasing each other with grappling hooks and whatever.
What if we shut it down?
Hunger Games, but it's the cities that are hungry? Yeah, okay.
Nothing can stand in the face of this.
We have to stop London before it destroys us. You sure you want to do this? Once we go in, there's no going back.
I have to.
We have to stop London. All right. So yeah, Wanderberg, apparently a video game adaptation of Mortal Engines. Who knew? All right. And the other one I'm pretty hype about, Eversiege. Wait, am I hyped for this one? Why is it showing me Rainbow Six? Maybe it's one word, Eversiege. There's too many trailers.
When the world ended, we shielded our city. Safe but trapped, we endured. Until now, until you, time traveler. Only you can shatter our chains, guide our armies, defend our kingdom, propel the evil hordes. Rebuild what the enemy shattered and restore the might of our city. The lands of Bastion still whisper secrets, relics of power waiting to be claimed.
No, this is not the trailer I thought it was. This is still kind of cool. It kind of reminded me of Age of Darkness.
Shall halt your advance.
I'm always kind of iffy on heroes in RTS games. But it might be mostly just the hero focus on this one. I think the part that excited me most about this game was the fact that it could be roguelike. That it wasn't just a Warcraft 3 campaign story. Like it's kind of got that Warcraft feel to it. I more so think of Age of Darkness with the hero and the waves of stuff, but with roguelike level up mechanics. All right. This game I'm actually pretty hyped for. This one seems fascinating. So Don't Wake the Beast is a heist roguelike. And we've seen the trailer for this before, but they had a new trailer for... They absolutely had a new trailer that came out like days ago for this. I'm gonna try new trailer. Does that do anything? Is there a way to filter trailers so it shows the newest? Nope. Don't like what I'm seeing. They absolutely had a new one as part of the game shows that just came out. I don't want people also watched. All right, well, I'm going to show this again because it's really cool. And this was part of one of the local game showcases, I promise.
I tried to steal the dragon's treasure, and I got in trouble for it.
The trailer wasn't new. They just had the devs talk over during the game show. Ah, thank you, Dice Goblin.
Getting to the vault wasn't exactly a walk in the woods, though.
So this is a stealth-based roguelike game where you want to get as much money as possible, but everything that you pick up has a an opportunity cost where things might catch you and notice you, at which point you then have to try and escape afterwards. Which is kind of a fun little change of this. Instead of going in and being like, yeah, you have to kill everything, what you need to do is you need to avoid everything.
And just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, it got much worse.
Neat, huh? The Metal Gear-esque question marks got me. Ooh. rodents of unusual size, and 3 heads. Oh, rats. All right, the final game in sort of the roguelike genre is Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree. Which I don't know again if this is necessarily a roguelike, but that's how it felt to me. For those of you who saw this trailer live, this is the one with the unusually muscly fish.
You have seen it. A beautiful world where harmony reigns.
Look at that fish! Dang.
Until your last fleeting moment. Your destinies are sealed. There is no escaping them.
That is why we must end you. Right here and now.
On your guard.
This is gorgeous. Take this.
And just getting started. Let's put it into action.
The surge of power.
So yeah, I don't know if this is more of an RPG or if it's sort of a like Hades-like roguelike style, where you pick a character for a run or pick a character and a companion for a run and then sort of rinse and repeat. The octopus had human teeth. Yeah, that'll happen sometimes.
No matter what
I mean, that koi fish has legs, so, you know. Yeah, that was my assumption as well, Eric, but, you know, without seeing, you never know. So I called it a roguelike, but I could be wrong. You like the character design? It's very pretty.
Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree.
You know what it is? Sorry, when you look at this, it's like Hades was like, man, what if we had all the Greek pantheon, but the gods were all really hot? And somebody's like, what if we had the same kind of idea, but we just made it kind of wholesome and had really adorable looking characters? Kind of feels more what the direction for this one was, right? We can just have a bunch of fun characters that are just like either kind of cute or fun looking. All right. I think roguelike was my biggest single category. No, I think adventure was slightly longer, but that was one of the other big ones. All right. Our new category. There was one survivor-like. And that's not to say, again, that games in this genre aren't coming out. I feel like this is like the big indie category, right? This is the category that a lot of indie games are coming out. Like, what if Survivor-like, but on a boat or on a this or on a that or whatever. This one's called TerraTech Legion, and I saw a trailer for it, so we're gonna watch it. It kind of gives me StarCraft vibes. The thing that was interesting to me was again how customizable and how modular this was. I guess the castle battling game maybe could have fallen into the same genre, maybe like somewhat similar, but this one felt particularly more Survivor-like than anything else. They even got the old dubstep wub-wubs in there. So yeah, TerraTech Legion. I don't know. I thought that was at least interesting enough to include. All right, next we're into the sim category, which I tried to separate from the Stardew-like specifically and the adventure game. Again, the terms are all made up, but I did my best. What does this game remind you of the Gummy Ship building? I have no idea. I don't know what the Gummy Ship building is. Wait, hold on. Multiple people are getting in there? What's the Gummy Ship building? What does that even mean? Kingdom Hearts? Okay, I've also never played a Kingdom Hearts, so. Look, as soon as you say the words Kingdom Hearts, you know you're going to alienate a bunch of people. People are going to be like, oh, or you're like, yeah, I've got no idea what you're talking about. All right, here's Paralives, which I hadn't really heard of prior to this, but looks like a full open world Sims-ish game. Take a peek. What's really interesting about this is how different the perspective is. Because Sims, you always had a very fixed perspective, but like the camera angle changing and like conflict and romance and sadness and stuff here, I'm just like, what's happening? It seems like there's a lot going on here, which is fascinating. So yeah, Paralives. Kind of wild, eh? Joe is an enfranchised Sims player. Had a couple of oohs and ahs about it. She seemed to think that with this shot that maybe it was an actual open world, kind of like The Sims 3 versus The Sims 4. Yeah, it also does look like an interesting and different take on the genre. Very different from the EA focused one, which seems to be, I mean, a couple of people have tried to do different versions of The Sims and have not quite been able to land. So, you know. Exciting. All right, next up we have Busbound. This is a little cozy, oh, right, no, this one. Sorry, this is a different game. All right, I'm just gonna let this trailer play. It'll be pretty obvious what this one's about. This one's putting the sim into simulation.
Good morning.
You ever want to be a municipal bus driver, chat?
First day of our very own public bus service. The bus services will start in the tracks and ash tree, but will expand to more neighborhoods as passenger approvals roll in. The City Council says this will be the test to see if more public infrastructure is worth improving. So get out there, ride the bus, and let your voices be heard.
I kind of like that it's a very authentic and very earnest simulator, because oftentimes, like TCG Card Shop Simulator, they feel kind of memey. And this one is just like, no. We want you to do just a really good job. Just sincerely do your best. And that's neat. That's fascinating. And it's about buses. I don't know. I like this. I hate Cars, the sim. I'm going to push back on that particular discourse. It's very funny. It's the same. It comes up the same way as people who are like, God, bike lanes are being awful for all these cars. And it turns out that if you provide alternatives to literally every person driving a car by themselves, it's better for cars. Like, the last thing that cars want is more cars on the road. And I don't think you necessarily have to hate cars to like public transit. I don't know. But the discourse that like any form of alternative to cars is inherently anti-car is like kind of baffling. I'm not patient enough with other people or a good enough driver. I always thank my bus driver. Oh, it's very Canadian to say thank you to the bus driver when you get off. You're like, thank you. I do. We do that in Victoria. I'd recently played another car game, Roadcraft, lately. That was kind of funny. It was like you're a disaster response team, but the only thing that you can do to fix stuff is like drive trucks, which is kind of funny. I intentionally and immediately out myself as a tourist, but I don't care. I love thanking bus drivers. When I was in Germany, we took the bus a bunch, and I wasn't quite sure what the culture there was. So I like said it kind of quietly to myself, be like, Dankeschön. As I got off, because I was like, I can't not say thank you, but I don't want to make it awkward. So, you know. It's so foreign to me to thank the bus driver. It always catches me off guard on Victoria buses. That's fair. I don't remember what this trailer was, but I wrote it down for a reason. It's a simulator game, but it's a person holding a shovel. And it sounds like it's about zombies. Where did I put this? Anyways, I don't know what this is. I'm going to click on it. I wrote it under Sims. It must have made sense in my brain at one point. Oh, this was the Horror Don't Starve. This was supposed to be under... This was, yes, it says. Okay, safety hoodie. Safety hoodie, everybody. This was the Stardew like, but horror. This is the horror Stardew. Okay, wrong category. But get ready. Stardew, but there's been a murder. Oh no. Right? Yeah. This is the Stardew like, but horror. I knew there was one. I put it in the wrong column. I'm sorry. I'm going to put it up here. The word logo is great. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? You start off and you're like, oh, cool. They've got like, you know, sort of punky or like alt lifestyle kind of people that you can date. It's not like fantasy or anything. And then it gets really dark and murder and then a werewolf eats somebody. Holy moly. All right. In another definition of the word sim, for those of you who liked Power Wash Simulator, introducing Leaf Blower Co. Hi, Bud. Seems like everybody in chat seems to hate leaf blowers because they're so loud. Oh, you get to jump in the leaf pile. All right, chat. It's 7 a.m. on a Sunday. It's your first day off in 3 weeks. You're ready to sleep in, but nuh-uh. Instead, your neighbor's firing this bad boy up. And everybody clapped. Wow, sorry, this is so funny to me. Everyone universally loves Power Wash Simulator, and yet everyone hates Leaf Blower? Fascinating. Fascinating. I guess people could complain about like water waste with power wash and stuff like that. My apartment has lawn services show up at 8 a.m. sharp on Saturdays. Nice. Oh, love that for you, Drio. Okay, I'm going to be real. I didn't expect Leaf Blower Co. to be such a miss, but here we are. It'll be really, I mean, again, I feel bad and I don't want to wish ill upon anyone, but it will be unfortunate if this game is a commercial flop because everyone hates leaf blowers. Leaf blowing. All right, well, let's move on to the next game then. Maybe this is also supposed to be a Stardew-like. I'm going to move this under Stardew-like and pretend that we're still in the same category. So this is a game that TQ has actually highly recommended to me. It's called Luma Island. And it is supposed to be really fun. Let's watch. I saw this as part of the Wholesome Games. Something you may have noticed is you also get little animal pets that'll follow you around. I think they give you bonuses too. Luma Island seems really great. Watched a lot of it on TQ's channel. TQ is like Surge. You will love this game. Give it a try. I'm like, I'm so busy. But yeah, Luma Island. Luma Island. Luma Island. Final thoughts. We'll see. Maybe I'll give it a try at some point. All right, next up, we have a game called Heidi's Legacy. Is this just another Stardew-like? Am I so bad at this? Whatever. This is also from the Wholesome Games. I included this specifically for Matt. I don't know if Matt is here today. They've been mentioning not feeling great lately. So there you go. This is a management game where you just take care of goats. Right? And look at them. Look at them. Wow. They're perfect. And the final game I have in this genre is called Oot and a Boot, as we would pronounce it in Canada.
Take a nice deep breath for me. Let's slow things down and reconnect with nature. Here is a new game to help you do it. You'll create your own cozy character, put on your favorite outfit, and set off on your very own foraging adventure. Explore the wilds with your camera, learning how to identify real-life plants and mushrooms, collecting the information in your field guide. Discover how to harvest them without harming the plant, before exploring recipes that you can make with what you've gathered. Cook it all up in your cute community kitchen with a little help from your friends and have them ready to take to market. You'll be helping your grandmother and the community by selling your creations while making friends and building connections along the way.
I love that that old man has a seagull. They're best friends.
So when can you get started?
So the thing that's really interesting to me about this game is the real life connection of like identifying flowers and herbs and giving you practical knowledge. And you're like, yeah, not only here's how you safely harvest it, but you could cook with it if you want to. That's neat, right? So yeah, the Wholesome Games trailers tend to be quite short, but that's because, you know, making trailers are expensive. But seems very cool. You're so bad at plant identification, would love to get better. Yeah. All right. We are getting close. Wow. I'm actually shocked about this. I guess we turboed a little bit. We're getting close to the end of my list, and it only took 4 hours. So the first one, this is going to be a very different energy right now. Fighting games. You know what? Let's do an intermediary fighting game. Did you know that they announced a Scott Pilgrim game? The vegans, the robots, and the demons. Scott Pilgrim, side-scrolling fighting beat-em-up game. So apparently the story was written by the writer of Scott Pilgrim, and they've got music by Anamataguchi in it as well, which is kind of wild. Brand new and a whole new Toronto. Did I play the one that released around the movie? No, I didn't even know. I didn't even know there were other Scott Pilgrim games, to be real. But yeah, that one was super fun. All right, and the other thing, this apparently is, I'm not a huge fighting game kind of person, but this one is apparently a very, very, very big deal. We have a Marvel game. Look at this, it's got 2.3 million, I mean, it's on the official Marvel channel. So they found a famous like anime fighting game studio, and they're like, we want you to make a Marvel fighting game, but the way that you would want to do it, and gave them like actual creative freedom. Like Marvel actually said, no, do your thing. So like, look at the character design and stuff on these. This is incredible. This looks so cool. Iron Man looks like a Gundam. So like, I'm not even a huge, I mean, not even huge, I'm not even any level of fighting game enthusiast. And even I'm just like, this looks really cool. So the big difference in this one compared to other fighting games is this is a 4v4 tag team battle, which apparently no one has ever done before. Yeah, not my kind of game at all. Love this energy, is so good, right? Storm JoJo posing is kind of hilarious. Screams Guilty Gear, same studio. But yeah, actually, hold on. It's like when I'm talking about anime stuff, like this is so Japanese, right? Like the Iron Man treatment in particular, giving it mecha vibes is so cool, right? So this is hype. This is very cool. And most of all, I'm just excited that in an actual collaboration between a huge brand like Marvel and a very different studio, they just gave them the creative freedom to do something else. I'm laughing because Kamala in universe would be squeeing over an anime version of herself. Nice. The Sentai Mecha Iron Man is such a good direction, right? Oh my God. For people who love fighting games, this seems great, for sure. For sure. All right, our final two, and these are shooters. So Tides of Tomorrow, I don't know if this trailer is 100% surge safe. I tried my best, but this is also one of the more interesting games that I think is coming out, and I'm very curious how it's actually going to work. So this game is fascinating. So watch the trailer and we'll talk about it after.
Hey, you got some hosen?
Market Land seems a bit tense today. I heard something happened with another Tidewalker. Damn it. It's gone. Someone beat us to it.
Ever since the Great Flood, Elend, my dear planet, has been dying. Plastemia has taken everything from us. But you Tidewalkers are all connected.
Hey, you! Stop right there!
And it's up to you now.
I love what they're trying to make usernames look like. They're all like uppercase, lowercase, random numbers in the name, right?
Tidewalkers. Will you help us?
Hello. So the way this game is supposed to work is when you hop into the game, you follow, it's an asynchronous multiplayer game. So you play through. No, I don't think it's I don't think it's an MMO. I do not think it's an MMO. I think what happens is you come in and you start following the story, and at various pivot points, you have to deal with the consequences. Choose who you follow. You have to follow the consequences of what another player before you did as a decision. So choose who you follow, right? So you could follow Flores, Sarah, or Monster Man. And then what happens is, so like you come here before, and then, so one player comes in as the fighter, and then you as a different player in a different playthrough come in and you see that player as the fighter. Like you choose to be the audience, they choose to be the fighter. So it feels like a world in which there is a narrative plot, and then player A comes around, and then you have to deal with, they did this, interesting. And then as a result, you're now on this chain. And then you come back and it's like, they did this. And so you do this, right? Which is sort of interesting because a lot of games give you the illusion of choice. And in this one, they're taking sort of those binary decisions, but someone else made it. And then so instead of making choice A, B, you're now making choice like A, B, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's probably the same. What do they call that? The branching tree dialogue that you see in a lot of skill trees, right? Like at the end of the day, you always end up at the same point. but there's like branching decisions that always lead back, and it gives you these interesting sort of like, oh, this particular style of branching narrative dialogue was famous from one of the big RPG studios. It feels like that, but flattened out. No, it's not called Convergence, but yeah, you know what I mean though. Like a roguelike map, kind of like a roguelike map, yeah. I mean, a roguelike map is probably a really, really good. Oh my goodness, a roguelike map is such a great idea of that, right? You start here, and up at the top, you've got like the frumpy boss face, right? And you got like a question mark or like a fight. Like here's the shop, right? Yeah, that's such a great analogy to see how you get there. It always ends in the same spot. Right? So, neat idea. This game seems fascinating. It's called Tides of Tomorrow, and I have no idea if they're going to be able to pull it off or not, but I like that it exists. And then finally, this is a Surge game that I'll probably not stream, but I'm glad that it exists. In the world of Escape from Tarkov, in a world of a genre with such masterpieces as Escape from Tarkov and Marathon, we've got another big extraction shooter coming out called Arc Raiders. I'm very curious about this one. This is a third-person extraction shooter where humans basically have to hide underground because robots have taken over the above world. And it's a PvEVP extraction shooter, third person.
Breathe. Let your body settle into a slower rhythm. Clear your mind of all distractions. You don't have to walk this path alone. Surround yourself with resourceful friends. Here, you are in control.
So yeah, there you go. There's my short list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62. My top 62. Why don't we work together against the robots, though? Sometimes it's interesting when they give you the option, but that's fair. They made a factory game called Kaizen that sounds extremely surge coded. That one wasn't massively me, to be honest. It was, it's more of a puzzle game than a factory game. Seems like it could be fun. The cycle, for example, was not. I liked the cycle. There's no motivation to not gank the other players on site. I mean, that's the issue with a PvP game that they put you in the PvEVP. Some people just want to enter for the gunplay. People just want to enter and like frag out, which is fine. It's sort of the Sea of Thieves problem, right? Or some people want to go and have a cozy time. Some people want to go in and cause trouble. And they've created a sandbox that allows both. And so if you want to play that sort of genre of game, I think you kind of have to accept both sides of it, which is tough. We needed 7 more games, maybe. The Jaeger extremely nice list. Some people just want to play team deathmatch, even if it's co-op capture the flag. Oh my God, I played so much TF2 where that game was supposedly capture the flag, but it was just team deathmatch, right? Yeah, you're just playing deathmatch there. And like, look, I just want to play 2 Fort and snipe for the next 6 hours. And if anybody takes my flag, they're a sweaty tryhard. People get mad if you capped, right? You're like, literally, that's the point of the game. Who even knows? A couple 100 hours on 2 Fort. Yeah, 2 Fort insta spawn. Oh my God. We played Counter-Strike 2 the other day, which was so funny. Like, so nostalgic to my teenage years. Cute Factory game that just came out is called Oddsparks. Yep. I'm aware of that one. I had a couple of other games that I was somewhat interested in, but I have a friend who's in town that if I end early, I can spend more time with friendship. So I might do that today. Normally I'd open it up for some generic stuff, but I'm going to keep today's stream really fixated on just being a weekend recap. So I'm going to do that. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thanks for being here. I hope you appreciated the Jaeger list, a shorter curated one. I'm going to be honest, this whole thing started because I watched the Summer Games Fest and I came out of it feeling really demoralized. And I wanted to be like, are there still games out there that I'm excited about? And the answer is yes. There are so many cool, cute, cozy, fun, random other games coming out that aren't just like weird poop jokes. So I hope you enjoyed. I hope there's a bunch of games you're excited about. I look forward to other stuff. Tomorrow, I'm going to be back. I'm going to be streaming some more Nine Kings, which is a really fun little roguelike game. So look forward to that. Give the channel a follow if you're not already. Thank you for the subs and the bits and all the support. It means a lot, everybody. And yeah, I'll see you next time. Let's find somebody to raid. There are so many people streaming. I'm gonna raid Amy because I like Amy a lot. All right, Magic the Gathering. Go make a new friend. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here, Crow Daddy. Welcome on in, welcome. Thank you for watching, everybody. Until next time, bye-bye.